All right, for joining us. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. For the Wayward ones,
Wayward ones.
Wayward ones.
session 33. Whoa. What happened in our last session? We had finished up at the Fort Farron after having information brought to our attention of things that have changed from magic that was used by Magello. This magic being something in terms of time travel, changing our reality, something in regards to bringing you to a safe place, putting you back onto a track or a path that they wished or intended to be done. So at Fort Farron, I think what was evident from what I was hearing is we wanted to go back to the marshes, so we didn't really know when that was going to happen. We said there's going to be a dragon attacking the town and the fort. Do we warn? I think Costas was just talking about making bunkers and making bunkers and holding out of them and a few other things. I mean, everyone's really talking, and I think it was we all just kind of like, at the end of the conversation, it was like, we gotta go down. Like, why are we waiting here? Right? Why are we stopping here? We should be going down before this happens, taking care of business. So you had got boats. Obviously, Stilton did not know who you all were, but was gracious and glad he was Fort Farron, giving smoked fish, pipe, and a lot of halfling green was being thrown around. You got canoes, took those down the waterway, so the Farron River, the east tributary, and you got into the marshes. The marshes do not have an impenetrable fog, as they did before. That's gone. And so you have pretty much a wide landscape, albeit for the rain that kind of pours in here now. A pretty wide landscape of sight of the landscape. And that allows you to truly see how large this place is, how wild this place is, and how fucking big the dragon is. So you have now real understanding maybe of like how the dragon could easily topple the town and the fort. Like, it's not a thing that it couldn't do. And so there's maybe more, I don't know, more things like at play prior to and now. So who knows? And that was given a little bit of light from one of the Morsatra in the northern tower, and how they described Grugash as psychotic without a home. They seem to be maybe forsaken, right? And so this period is really a period of like mourning and, them just facing the reality of their situation. After that point, unhinged, right? I mean, there's just nothing stopping them. So time is definitely like kind of ticking down, felt like, from what the Mersatra had said. They were someone who had a good deal of information, primarily on the congruence, being that the Mersatra are kind of these arcane born figures in the Feywild, the Autumn Vale. Maybe a counterpart to that, like the Freljord. And they had used their magic to like build these towers of themselves. They were put in position to bridge the congruence whenever necessary. And their purpose is still that, right? So now, without the bound of the domain of Orsivus and without the influence of that deity, they still have the corruption that still lingers. It's just built into the tower now. But they are with purpose and design, and that is to bridge it again, right? They mentioned a codex. So regardless of all the fancy stuff that was going on in that tower, talking about some of the minute details, the codex was really at the forefront of what drives that tower. And it's like could be, maybe it's a power source, or maybe it's a connection with the sister towers in the Feywild, but there's somehow that artifact has a direct relation to the functioning of the tower. Now, a character which is familiar to one of the party members here, and also dropped in name back in Fort Farron. Uh, they had taken that codex. So, last not least in the recap is the undead, right? So the Mersatra had said that most, if not all, of the undead are gone, albeit those that are around conduits of power. So lingering from that power, the undead can still be driven, controlled, so they still walk and live. If not, they're gone. So they've pointed out that there are places that still exist, uh, and that could still pose a problem or a challenge. So we are still at Norsatra. We're still at the tower. And from the conversation we kind of ended with is leaving this tower and heading to the Mukluk. Right, Mukluk was the first thing that was on the list. We said hitting up the Ivrai or Satra right on the west side of the marshes was secondary, kind of making a little bit of like a loop, if you will, perhaps just maybe hitting some things. So I know from how long you all have been here and the tower, you're more than welcome to take a short rest to recuperate yourselves. If you have any hit die, take any damage, or use any of your abilities, you can take a short rest at this point because you've definitely been here long enough. Or you all can decide maybe taking a long rest, right, getting the whole 8 hours, but there is no time distortions here anymore. So the weather is impacting this place, the sunlight, everything that's coming through. Given that, it will be dark by the time you get there. So you might kind of feel out being like, hey, maybe it's a good time to go now before it gets dark and maybe resting with Mukluk, but you don't know what to expect. You don't know what lies in store except for the little they describe in Satra being this floodplain, basically a giant lake filled with mud and grass and frog people. So, uh, what they might have for you, who knows? Throw my hands up. And scene.
I don't know if I should use Arcane Abeyance. Yeah. Should I? No.
Well, I think we had decided that we were going to move on. I don't, outside of a short rest, I don't, know that we need a long rest, nor should we take it at the time. So,
Yeah.
I think continuing on with our plan. I don't know that we want to spend time going to see the Muklux.
I
It
think
sounds
the
good.
idea behind seeing the Mukluks was that they may have knowledge of where other pieces of the black stone are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, sure, yeah.
And
Yes.
what Paxina told me was that they are simple and kind, and they are willing to help for things that are shiny.
Well, we
I
did
do
just
have
get
that.
40,000 shiny things, so they
Sure.
probably won't help us.
I've got that old silver ring that we found in one of our first dungeon crawls in a corpse. So I can always hand over that.
Yeah, we have some
Well,
shiny
allies
items.
are
That should
always
be
useful.
alright. Michael, I have one question about magic recovery. It says I have 4 spell slots to recover, but if I use it, I can't keep those other 3 to the side if we short rest again.
You can use Arcane Recovery once.
I think you can
Regardless
only
of
use it.
how many.
Yeah, go. I mean, Davey, go for it.
So you can only use it once, regardless of if you use all of them or not. So if you're going to use it, use it.
Okay. Alright. That was it. Thank you.
Maybe Pretty sure the feature was never intended to take 2 short rests in a day, but
Yeah, I was just asking because I said you have 4 left. I was like, does that carry on, or is it like just a one-time thing? So
yeah, it's a one-time thing. I don't think it's going to come up either, given
it's
the time
cool.
of day right now. That you
Yeah,
only
that's what I was
get a
thinking
short
about it
rest.
too. I was like, might as well.
Oh, no worries. Okay. All right. So we're all heading out. Okay. And then heading to the Muckluck. Start putting some ambiance.
Will we end up camping before we get there, or are we just gonna get there like and try to sleep there?
I think
Well,
we should try to do things as fast as possible.
We're only going to rest if we need to, when we need to.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying not to waste any more time at the moment. So.
as long as we
Now's
have
a
light.
very good time to conserve resources when you can.
So you head away from Versatra. As you move away, it becomes very apparent as you have to cross a tributary that feeds into the Farron River. Right, the river is getting wider and wider. There's more water being flowed into it, and so the Versatra kind of sits on a landmass like an island as it kind of snakes through the tributaries, and the tall grass begins to grow and blanketing the surrounding areas from north. You can see the trees and the floodplain kind of developing on your west-hand side, and the dryness of the trees in the marsh to your east. The direction of the map following that doesn't make much sense to try to navigate up this tributary and find a better place to cross. It's not that fast moving, it seems to be relatively slow. There's also not much footage there. You might be able to wad through it up to the waist if you're a medium-sized humanoid and get into the trees and begin to follow up into the floodplain. That's what at least our 2 rangers are able to figure out without a check. So you all get into the water here, pushing through and swashing. The current itself, as I said, was slow. The actual ground, the footage, is not riddled with trees and roots that are extending. Instead, it feels more of like grass and mud. Then eventually you can get some footage on the roots as you begin to get out on the western side of this tributary. The water, slow moving, becomes slightly diminished as you go into the trees, and the nearly half to a foot depth of the water and the muck gets into your boots. That water begins to increase. As so happens, you've been walking through that for a couple hours, heading in the north, slightly western direction. I'm going to go ahead and activate a map. As you are in position relative to here, bioluminescent mushrooms surround, giving off faint dim light. The trees stretching high into the air, many of them without needles, as they are still lay bare without growth. Water is black, now slightly turning to brown from the mud. Grasses poke out here and there, a vibrant of green, blues, and reds. The reason why I've activated this map is some of you actually have enough passive perception that it is clear from passive perceptions above 16, which is primarily the entire party besides Felix. So, there is movement up ahead in that north, slightly western direction, and the sound now, Felix, hits you like splashing of water.
Hey guys, is that? You think that's them, or is there other nasty critters in here that are gonna try to eat us if we keep going forward? Should we announce ourselves, or sneak around, or
Proceed with caution until we know more.
all right?
let's just remain peaceful. Was the biggest thing.
Right, they're supposed to be nice, yeah.
Yeah, from
Well.
what we know.
Simple and kind.
Maybe in that other timeline. What if they're mean in this one?
I think not as much changed as we thought.
Remains to be seen, but yeah, proceeding with caution.
Um, how close do you guys think we need to get to be able to, like, tell what it is?
Well, I'm trying to keep active perception up to like hone in on what I'm hearing, what I'm potentially seeing,
Roll
movement
perception.
wise.
27. So as you're scanning and you're getting closer, you can see two large beady eyes begin to poke out of some of the muck. It seems to be almost like a toad. Picks itself up. The rest of you now catching on slightly a little bit later, then begins to nestle itself back into the mud. You hear a series of frogs out into the distance now.
Felix, maybe you can try talking to them.
Why do
You
I
have
gotta
the
talk to
ability
him?
to be
Because
you
I'm
have the
green?
ability to be understood.
Fine.
Being green doesn't hurt.
Do we know if they spoke common?
We don't have that information.
I believe we heard that they don't speak. Something like that.
It said they require something shiny for talking.
Well, give me something shiny.
Pull
Some
out that
gold.
silver ring from my pack and just have it in my hand, ready
I
to
am gonna
wave it
be-
at them if they decide to be angry at me.
I'm gonna be holding up a gold coin in my right hand.
Don't be so cheap. I'll take like 10.
All that matters is that it's shiny.
Costas, you're holding up a gold coin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Oh,
See a bunch poke their heads out towards you, out of the muck. They're submerged primarily, but their heads are out. They begin to look in the direction of you.
Oh wow, that was quick.
Just stare. Wide-eyed,
Hello?
two beady eyes, frog heads, large and humanoid shaped. Some of the tatters of lizard flesh kind of hang on their shoulders.
I would like to
Ribbit!
pull.
Frog,
I would like to pull
frog.
out a few more gold coins and hand each of them one.
Begin to take their hands outwards. Some are actually whipping their tongues, latching on, pulling them close. Staring up at you wide-eyed.
Felix.
Hello?
Ribbit, ribbit, frog, frog, frog.
I'm gonna keep like gesturing for Felix to like get over here.
oh, you're doing great, bud. You
Begin to-
got it.
They begin to turn their head. As they turn their head, you see not just them, but also large toads begin to emerge themselves. Begins to span, wrapping around the distance. Multiple, many heads all around. Staring. Beady
I will
eyes.
use a first level spell slot to reuse my universal speech feature.
Okay.
Friends, we come bearing you gifts. Please come and enjoy our shiny offerings. And I'll kind of like, slight nod and like gesture for people to lay down their offerings.
They submerge themselves. They move over. You hear the ground moving underneath you in the muck, and then they emerge, surrounding you.
Okay.
Shiny. Shiny.
Yes, we bring plenty of shiny and offer to everybody else to kind of like pass off your things that you were offering.
Shiny. Many shiny. Many.
Yes, we heard that your people were brave and wise and wanted to see if we could trade for some information. Do you have a chief or leader or council of elders?
King Buck. King Buck. King Buck. Shiny.
Oh, we have
You
shinies for King Muck
see
if we
King.
could see him.
Toads! Toads! Begin to yell out. It's the Ribbits and Frog speech. It's just literally Ribbits and Croaks. All of a sudden, 4 large toads begin to immerse themselves from the muck. They begin to turn, looking towards the toads, pointing. They begin to
So
immerse
unfortunately,
themselves.
one of us is going to have to mate with the toads. That is part of their ritual. So it has to be a medium-sized creature. So you guys are going to have to figure out amongst yourselves. But the rest of us are going to go and see the king.
Man, I did it the last time.
Not
It's
me.
somebody else's turn. I
They
don't.
begin to pull themselves up. You see bone spears of fish bone and different hide leathers of fish and lizard folk primarily. They're wearing this like loose hide. Other than that, there's nothing really on them. Unifications of green, blues, and teals, white underbellies. They are webbed in their hands and their feet. The legs are slightly back and cocked off. They're just kind of pointing their spears in the direction of the toads, yelling in Ribbit and Frog speech to you, Felix, as Toad, Toad, Toad.
Yeah. We're totally getting there. They definitely want us to figure out which one because those bone spirits that they have, they make out of people that refuse. So, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, guys, get together.
Not me.
Costas, he's fucking with you.
I'm pretty sure that's the case.
Yeah, I don't know,
But-
man.
Pretty sure this is transportation.
Mm.
I wouldn't put it past them. Weird people out in the woods. They have weird customs sometimes.
I'm gonna
Just
look
like
at the
Miami.
They
one
live in the woods.
behind the last toad and like gesture very slowly, like you want me to get on, like I'm, and then I'll get on.
Yeah, they're giving us a ride to see their king. I'm just messing with you guys.
Joe is still going to look around suspiciously. He's not convinced he's not going to be an offering.
I can make eyesight with Joe. I would like to like deceptively with my eyes, just, like looking at the toad, looking at Joe, looking at the toad, looking at Joe, and
Toad
like give him like a
slowly.
knowing nod, like you know what you got to do.
Toad slowly begins to turn the head.
Did we notice any of this?
Yeah, I'm going to walk to the other toad and hop up on that one's back quickly.
See one of the frogs up top begins to kind of rub the toad that sticks out the tongue and licks it. Mucus being exchanged.
I don't
You
know,
look a
guys.
little uneasy there, Joe.
This looks like foreplay to me. I don't like it.
That one's asking for your consent, Joe.
I do not give consent. No means no.
If you don't want to give consent, then you need to boop him on the nose. Not hard.
I just don't want to go anywhere near his face. Or hers. I really can't tell. All right, fine.
It shimmies itself a little bit.
Can we just get out of here?
Tongue sticks out, begins to clean its eyes.
No.
Don't like frogs, Joe?
Just, I think these ones in particular.
One turns to you, Felix. Ready. Shine.
Yeah,
Ready.
let's go.
Move! Move! Begin to all croak all as one. Croak, this large mass of ribbiting and croaking begins to happen as the mass that is surrounded just kind of dive down into the muck. The toads begin to pull themselves and then swim forward. Giant toads actually can swim pretty fast, so they're actually not that. It's pretty impressive considering the fact that the water level that was going from a foot and a half to 2 feet, now to 3 feet, all the way to potentially 6+ feet. You can't see the bottom anymore. This dark and murky black brown water and the toads are just now like kind of coasting through as they begin to pull themselves. You are head in the direction of north, slightly west. The actual frog's croaking is continuing. That's embracing you on this journey. As you see, many are kind of popping themselves up in jumps. You see others are kind of coming up from the surface with like fish and other critters that they've potentially got, like shellfish, like crustaceans and things that are underneath. And so there's a lot of things happening around you. You're kind of just along for the ride. There is no of the frog people are aboard these four toads. The four toads are just kind of going in one column direction. Then you pass through the trees and you're in a large mass, a large body of water, if you will. The body of water has little islands, kind of these muddy and grassy knolls that are kind of coming outwards, and you can see more toads and things inside of them. Perhaps that's where they lay their eggs or just live and cultivate. The frogs are also diminishing what you imagine the actual language that's ribbiting and croaks because they're just separating out at this point. You see these almost like cylindrical kind of twig structures, and they have like leathers or dried thatchings, vegetation thatchings on them, and they're not very tall at all. They're maybe like 2 feet tall, but they're just scattered everywhere, and they seem to be in the water, but they're just kind of like poking out. There's lots of movement around them, and you can see some shadows from the spacing of the twigs, like there's actual creatures inside of them. You have these floating barges. They've taken pieces of wood, just kind of roped and lashed together. They're just kind of upon them, grass growing now around them. And they're taking spears and stabbing into the water at times. There are large nets using the toads as mounts. They're kind of throwing the nets in to capture them. It's a whole life here. Absolute full ecosystem. You are traveling through this for an extended period. Toads do move exceptionally fast, and for all of you, this would be difficult terrain. You'd actually have to swim through this. So you're getting an understanding that the undead might have never even been able to get in here because they would have to swim through this space, and it would have proved incredibly challenging. So night is beginning to fall. You are at the cusp of that. The overcast continues, the rain falls down, and then the darkness is ensuing in a change. Now, this is pretty much giving you evidence, right? You were making speculations and hypotheticals of there's no time issue. This now gives you the evidence to suggest that that's not just hypothetical, that's like a theory now. We can go ahead and say we know that's for sure, and just move on. They're bringing you to a central structure. So these kind of hovels or hut things are now accumulating in quite a bit of density. And you've gone for a period that you're far away from the tree line, and miles and many miles. And you can see that there is a large cylindrical structure with a 12-foot ceiling height, very much built in the same way, but there's actual like light coming from it. So there's like maybe candles or lanterns or something. There's also a number of frog creatures, shadows moving inside, jumping out and in. And it sits on a large muddy mound. So it's kind of elevated and standing up and tall too. I'm going to go ahead and activate that scene. The toads themselves are bringing you to the structure, primarily to the entrance on the southern side. You can see that the water is still continuing on the mud mound, but it is slightly dry. So if you step into it, you're just going to kind of step on the water, right? The grass kind of overwhelming, growing through some of the twig and log walling that outstretches there. Now, some of you are able to see in from your positions on the toads. The toads kind of pull up and they just kind of hit into the shoreline and stop themselves and then nestle down into the mud so you can like dismount. You can see that there are tables that are built wrapping around the pillars of kind of these solid tree logs that they've used to support the ceiling height. There's ropes lashed around them and carrying through. The ropes themselves are dangling with fish hooks with fresh fish. So this whole thing just stinks of ammonia smelling out. There's at least 100 fish hanging from the rafters or the rope of this place. There is many frogs drinking from these clay bowls that are filled with this whitish liquid, and they're kind of pulling their tongues out and licking in, or just throwing the bowls completely into their mouths, taking the bowls out, and then they're empty. They're eating fish. They're talking ribbits and croaks. And then there is one frog in particular at the back end of this place that stands out amongst the rest. You all can move your tokens in the space so you can see this beautiful portrait token that is probably hands down one of my most favorite. I do like the artwork of this particular token. So on a plush white and gold cotton seat that is above piles of gold gems and items. They are a very large frog person. They have an abundance of weight. It's kind of rolling over themselves. They stand about a foot taller than the others, and the others are average around 3 feet in their height. This creature wears very similar to the leathers and to the things, of the others, but they have primarily artwork of these trinket-like bones that are strung up everywhere, kind of creating almost like this lattice work of lizard folk bones that are kind of coming through. They also have silk, different patches that have been stitched together of different colors, as if they've tried to make kind of a shirt attire with the leathers of the hide armor and the trousers that fall with these very skinny and kind of wobbly legs underneath them. They have a staff that kind of curls up, twists like a whirligig at its top. The staff is wrapped with lizard folk hide, and then at the tip of it, as it does, it kind of forms into like a larger knob. They have a crown filled with gold and silver spoons, forks, and butter knives. It sits on their head. The crown fit for a king. You begin to walk into the entrance. A lot of these creatures cease themselves. They begin to stare off into your direction. The large frog at the back end of the space, crown, cutlery on their head, stares with massive, large, two beady eyes.
Now, so there's a frog with his priorities straight. Always ready for dinner everywhere he goes. I need me one of them hats.
Isn't that a
I'll
chef?
make you one next time we're in town, Joe.
Hell yeah. Spoon hat.
Toads disappear, mucking themselves, swimming away.
On the way in, Michael, I would have cast enhance ability on myself.
Okay. See the frog people at the center begin to move off, creating some separation, almost like a lane to go parting ways through the center of the middle. A large frog at the end begins to stand up. As they stand up, they slip off of the chair, sliding off, and they kind of catch themselves a little bit, and picking themselves up. They open their two little arms on the other end. King Ma.
We still had the telepathic bond up. Is that right?
Yep. Yep.
So before, like on our way, like while we're riding the frogs, I didn't want to interrupt you, but so I would like confirming what we were hoping to get information and maybe see if they've seen one of Joe's gems. Is that the goal?
Seeing anything that looks like that. If they have it, that's great. If they don't, where was it?
I Joe, and I'm gonna address it to you at some point so that you can show that what yours is. So we see something like it. But
Alright, yeah. Just tell him we're hunting for magic rocks or something.
And the moment we entered, I would have asked Athala if he could do something about the smell.
No.
Okay.
Come on, Costas. It'll put hair on your chest.
It's just a swamp. It'll be alright.
Actually, it might
Yes.
burn him off.
It's more like the fish ammonia, but yeah. Then we bet.
Pinch your nose.
There you go.
Build some character.
All right. Excuse me. Um, um, Can I give like a tip of the hat and a bow with one foot in front and uh, uh, your Majesty, King Muck, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Felix Fenicus, and these are the Wayward ones.
Howdy.
What do you do?
Hello.
Mark. Shiny Mark.
I hold
Yeah,
up my
of
silver ring.
course. Take the silver ring that he's holding out and kind of like mage hand it up to the king so he doesn't have to move and we don't like approach him.
He begins to pull away as the ring hovers.
Okay, sorry. Woo, pull it back and grab it, just walk it up to him. Don't mind the baby in the swamp. Your Majesty, here's a small token of our appreciation for the beautiful village that you've built here.
Shiny. Shiny
Right.
for me, Mark.
Yes, all yours.
Begins to step off and walk, crushing into some of the gold, the items. You hold out the hand, begins to take the tongue, undoing it, then looks at the shiny item, taking its webbed hands, looks towards, licks the ring. Shiny. Then takes the ring and puts it within the large pouch of its jaw. Then the tongue begins to fall out. It comes towards your face for a large lick, Felix.
Let it happen.
As it licks, the mucus just kind of flies up on your cheek and then your forehead. Then the tongue snaps back into the mouth. Friends, Mark. Friends.
Yep, of course. Oh, well, I'll need whiskey later. I will go up and grab his hand if he lets me and lick his hand, trying to mimic the gesture of greeting.
Mark. Ooh. So it begins to sit back onto the chair, crushing its large weight into it.
It's so nice to meet you. So I don't want to waste much of your time, but we're looking for a particular item. Doesn't have real value as like these other shinies. You can't.
Mark puts the hand
Oh.
up. See, takes the hands, begins to walk
Like
them
me
in.
again.
See the frogs begin to grab the fresh fish that's been hanging and begins to hand you large pieces of just whole fish. Each one of you
Oh.
given a fish, clay bowl with
Thank
filled with
you.
this white liquid as they begin to hand the crowd. Some are coming up from the woodwork as well, filling into the space, now becoming quite full in the side of this small lodging. Fish is given to Muck. Then one of the clay bowls, you see as Muck just takes the fish. One whole swallow. Fish goes down. Raises the small bowl. Muck, friends. Lowers the head, takes the bowl, puts it in the mouth. Bowl disappears. Muck, friends.
All right. Yep. Well, this wasn't the first time I've eaten fish for all, so just go to town on the fish that's offered to me.
Okay. Mm. Ooh, yes.
Is he looking at us with an expectant look or anything?
Roll insight.
Is he looking at us with an expectant look or anything?
The two eyes
With
work
my-
independently of each other, so both eyes are kind of moving and rotating to look at all of you at once. Inside of 13, you're pretty sure they want you to eat it and drink it.
Yeah. I'll start eating my
Bucket
fish.
bottom up sushi.
Oh God.
Prestidigitation. It tastes like chicken and it tastes like fresh wine.
All right.
I could
Are you
follow
doing
that
that for all of
brand.
it? Are you doing that for all of us or just you?
I don't know. Do you see me do it?
Do I see him do it?
Do we see him do it?
Passively, you would see that Othala is using magic, but they're hiding themselves as there was some fear from this creature towards magic. initially.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like whisper, like, hey, and like gesture down at my stuff. Thank you.
Costas is
Surely my
just
friends wouldn't insult the
Othala.
great offering of this king by
Oh,
trying
okay,
to
well.
flavor it differently. That's like bringing ketchup to a steakhouse.
Right?
Delicious.
Nope, of course not. Yep.
Fine.
The heck is
Um,
ketchup?
Costas is gonna try to cut up the fish a bit at least to make it like not eating it whole. Yeah, he's just gonna use
Casas,
whatever
when in Rome.
Does
He's
it
gonna try
appear
to
to
make it a bit
actually?
showy at least. He's gonna try to make a little bit of a show of it, you know, like kind of like a how would you call it? Is it teppanyaki, chef?
No.
Roll
Oh no.
performance.
Not quite that crazy, but a little bit. Like, you know, he doesn't want to make them think that he's insulting them or anything.
Roll
Perform.
performance.
This is now
Uh,
Benihana.
Natural 20.
Not 20.
Pulling off maybe some small knives you have in your inventory, maybe something that looks like a spatula. You go to work. You see many of the frog people staring in disbelief. The king looks on, staring at you. More.
Costas gestures for more fresh to be brought to him.
See as the frog people begin to bring you more fish. They begin to take some of that you have freshly prepared for them, eating it, acting like it tastes any different.
So does it appear to be spoiled or putrescent in any way?
No, it's fresh. It
Oh.
tastes like it's been caught literally hours before.
Oh, okay. In that case,
They
Joe's he's chowing down.
Yeah, they just hang the fish in here after they catch it, it seems. If it's fish, I mean, they don't gut them, so you gotta be aware of the stuff inside of them, but you can chow down, get some fresh meat. Yeah, it's like eating sushi. It's really all it is.
Fresh
Now,
fillets, guys. This is actually pretty good.
the liquid that is in there is something else. So, as you smell it prior to drinking it and looking inside of it, it definitely appears that it is some concoction of fish eggs that they've mashed together, potentially fermented.
Joe's gonna try some. See if it's actively like gonna kill him.
It is one of the most putrid and vile things that you probably have tasted, and
Yes, so
that says a lot.
take a
So-
couple sips.
It
It's
has like this
really good,
salty,
guys.
vinegary type thing happening, and then there's this undertone of like ammonia that just wafts in, and then this slight tinge of like alcohol right at the back end.
I gotta get the recipe for this stuff later. Damn.
You know what? I'll have to politely refuse the fish egg bourbon. I've been actually trying to drink less alcohol recently.
See Smuck locks eyes with you, astounded by your skills. The eyes, all of them, locked into you. You then put the bowl down on the table without drinking it. Buck looks wide-eyed.
I'm gonna give Othala a begging look.
As I touch the bowl, I prestidigitate it, and it tastes like thick whiskey. And I'll pass Costas the bowl. Drink.
Thank you. You just see him mouth thank you as he downs it.
Relief washes over the king.
Hey, Felix, does he understand common?
My wise king, surely you can understand me, but my friends don't have the same gifted tongue. Are you able to speak the common tongue, at least common from where we come from?
Mark, speak, living. Yes. That's in common.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh,
Oh, great.
Awesome.
Nice to meet you, your royal spooniness. We're on the hunt and purveyors of fine, magical, sometimes talking rocks, like this one right here. Do you happen to know where I could find one of these?
Quincy
Perhaps
eyes
you
and
have
looks
come
at it.
across it before.
Spoon. Oh, Mark.
Yeah, it's a great hat. Love it.
Points the finger. Spoon.
Oh, you want to? Yeah, sure. You can have a spoon. I hand him my spork because, of course, Joe has a spork. See, look, it's both of them at the same time. That's really nifty there.
Spork.
Spork, yeah.
Puts it in the mouth.
Yeah, you can keep that. Yeah.
Then looks into the treasure pile. The tongue slashes into the treasure pile, begins to muck about it, and then sucks it back in. Pulls the hand into the mouth, and then see a tiny black gemstone, rough edged, opaque, about an inch in its length, slightly egg in its design.
Yeah. Just
More.
like that.
Then the hand clutches over and goes towards the chest. Ma King. Surveys the scene, raises one of the eyes, looks back to you, Dirty Joe. Begins to lock eyes with your periapt wound closure.
Oh, you want to
Shiny. Whoa.
shiny for shiny? Yep. Absolutely. Yep. Gladly trade.
Handing in the other hand, begins to take the stone, placing it into your hand. Takes the necklace, looking at it. Shiny King Muck.
Yeah, it looks better on you, definitely.
That is an awesome parapet, my king, but I have something that you might be more interested in. Because what good is something that's just shiny if it's not shiny and helps you hide your other shinies?
Shiny. Begins to motion for the stuff all around. Shiny. Begins to open up the eyes, screaming it out loud. No hide, shiny. King of shiny.
Okay, cool. Now I got to push my luck.
I will give you 10 small circular golden shinies for that necklace shiny.
Begins to stare off at you now, Cassus, looking. No.
How many do you want for it? If it's possible.
In Costas's head, he just hears, "Wrong question."
Oh, you shinies. Ooh. See the frog spinning croak in
Wrong
agreement.
question.
King Muck. Smart.
Well, I'm afraid I can't make that deal done.
Takes the parry out, begins to put it in the mouth.
All right,
Oh.
well, you can have all mine. You give him 100 gold pieces.
Wide-eyed.
And like just scatter them before him so it looks like a lot more than it is.
Takes the tray out, holds it outwards. Whoa, yeah. Giant.
Okay. And leave the other there.
Ooh. Max, shinies. Frogs.
You're a shrewd businessman, but you know, glad we could do that. Just pick up the parapet and just pocket it for now. I hand it back to Joe when we get out.
Mark. Warriors. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
we can handle ourselves, sure, yeah.
Mhm.
Lizard folk. Bad. Muck needs warriors.
What do you need? What do you need warriors to do?
Kill lizard folk.
Maybe when we come back around, we're actually on the on another warrior mission right now that somebody else is paying us for. So our dance card is kind of full. Appreciate the offer though.
If we do take care of that other thing, we might be able to come back and help. What would you offer in return?
Tongue goes into the treasure pile, begins to dig. Snaps it back into the mouth. Then unloads their tongue downwards as it drapes. It is the ruby the size of Felix's head.
Is it just like a regular old looking ruby?
You can make an investigation check, Arcana check. As far as its structure is
Investigate.
concerned, it's not in a particular design, but it is slightly refined in the sense that they were kind of making it into a sphere, but it's just not quite there yet. 19, it might possess magical properties. It's not glowing. There's no runes or glyphs etched into the gem, so you don't really know that. And I would say from an investigation 19, you can probably speculate that it doesn't have any magic. At least that's not presenting.
Would Costas know a lot about the value of gems?
I mean, yeah, being a noble, I mean, you probably come across a lot of gems and richness. So, sure, go ahead
How
and make an
much would
intelligence.
one of
Go ahead
those
and make an
make?
intelligence check. 14. You know that a ruby half that size can go upwards of 40,000 gold pieces.
Do I also know that they get more expensive, like exponentially with size?
Yes.
I am using the telepathic bond to tell Felix that's worth a lot. That is more than we got paid for Farron.
That is good to know. When you need this done by? Because if we get this done, we would like to come back and possibly take care of the shop for you. I think that is a fair trade.
Good. King Muck. No understand.
In Felix's head, he's going to hear, is there a time limit?
Is there a what day would you like the lizard folk taken care of besides today?
Day.
Good speaking of that, maybe I'll just ask if they require some sort of proof, and that's it.
Oh yeah, that's probably better. How can we fulfill this job? You want them moved off? You want them killed? Do you need proof of like the head of a leader? What do you need?
Head of King Lizard Folk. Bring to King Buck.
Can you ask them about if the lizard folk have done anything overtly hostile, or if this is kind of
We
just more of a
we've
or
He
been
speaks
told
common, guys.
before
You can
that
talk to him.
yeah, no, just above table, we've been told before, and I've relayed this, that Pexina said that the lizard folk were hostile.
Yeah,
yeah, but like, is that worth wiping them all out?
that ruby is pretty good.
Like,
We don't necessarily have to wipe them all out.
We just need the
In your
king.
head, you're hearing this. Just need
okay,
the king.
In the
you know
head of
what?
everybody.
Oh,
I mean, yeah, if we got some extra time to burn, if we're feeling up to it after a dragon fight, it is an expensive rock right there. I mean, it's sure I'm game if you guys are.
You can further help our mission. So
So you are agreeing.
yeah, when we take care of Grugash, we'll come back and do this.
He is simply saying yes. The words King Buck slowly begins to slodge off. The chair stands up tall. King Mark, warriors, slayers of lizard folk. No eat us. No eat us. You see as the lizard folk around begins to chime in as well, ribbiting and croaking, similar fashion.
Well, there's your justification right there, Costas. Look, they're eating the poor some bitches.
Yeah, okay. Seem like it.
As it stops and slows down. Rest. Sleep. Feast. Eat.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Begins to
Probably
move
the
the
best
hand
place to camp we're gonna find.
from left to right. Sun. Down. Lick. Rest. Night. Fuck. Begins to move the hands left and right and begins to slowly slosh into the pool of water. Sloshing down, begins to soak themselves in the tub. The rest of the creatures begin to dive into the mud. The Ismuk slowly begins to close the eyes of the beady head.
All right. I guess we'll pitch up our tents. Yeah.
Is there a drier place nearby than this, or is this as good as we're gonna
We're
get?
we're in a
Probably
swamp,
not.
Costas.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, there
Probably
might
not.
be like a slightly drier part of the swamp.
Right. Well, when we were outside, we saw weren't those some sort of platforms to the left?
You did? Yeah, when you came in, there's those floating barges.
That would work.
All right. I go over to one of the barges and set up my tent.
Um, before I leave, what did King Muck do with that ruby? He put it back, like, buried
Yeah,
into the pile, or is it?
no, they rolled their tongue back
Oh.
in, and the ruby is inside of the jowls of their
Mm.
jaw.
Okay. Never mind then.
Oh, I see where yeah. I see where you're headed there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wanna
Gotcha.
see it a little closer.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Borrow it indefinitely.
No, I just wanted to see it a little closer. Come on, guys, you know
Odala,
I don't lie.
sure. Odala's going to. I don't know if it's gonna take that long, but Odala's gonna cast. Are we still relative to this map right here in where it says Mukluk area? I know it's not completely correct, but are we around there still on this map?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna try anyways. Othala's gonna try to use Arcane Eye. Um, and just sitting there, he's gonna try to move his eye all the way to the lake or around the lake to see if the eye can see anything that's Grugash is doing, any new movement, anything in the air, things like that.
Well, it has to be
It lasts
cast. Yeah.
it lasts an hour, so I don't know if I can make it there.
Yeah,
And
you would never make it
you would
there
never
to
make
get
it.
no. And the information, there's nothing you can get at this point because it's dark. So
Mm, all right.
yeah, a scrying spell might be more useful.
I mean, I could use clairvoyance with so and look at the lake, but you're saying it's dark. I mean, I have dark vision. I don't know if that
Yeah,
makes
I
it.
mean, uh, yeah, clairvoyance. I mean,
Mm,
that could work. You don't have uh, familiarity with the area, but it is an obvious location, right? That's
hmm
marked on the map. So you're not giving much information. You're just making it vague and saying, "I want a sensor above the lake." So you would
Yeah,
see at that
yeah,
point.
basically.
Um,
Okay.
I get maybe in the morning, right? You have to use a
Yeah,
spell
yeah, yeah.
slot, but then it'll be daylight.
All right, no
Up
problem.
to you. Yeah, it's up to you. Just helping you out a little bit.
Um, I have a question.
For me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Based on how, I guess, intently I would have been trying to look at that stone, even though I didn't gather a ton of information on it.
Hmm.
You said it was spherical, like it was trying to be refined into a sphere, but it wasn't complete.
That's correct.
Was it just not complete, or does it look like it was broken?
It does not look like it was broken. It definitely looked like one solid piece. There's no actual visible cracking. Very much like almost if you brought it out as one piece and then they were kind of shaping it to be
Yeah.
this
Okay.
object. They want to
Okay.
preserve the naturality of it, but they also want to refine it down a little bit to showcase some of the inner structures.
All right. That's all I wanted to know.
So you get out of this place, you might have to do a little swim, right? Just a faint little swim to get out of that place, picking yourself up onto the barge. It's stable, albeit not particularly stable for such as heavy individuals as yourselves. You can see it moves around, pitching itself back and two. You have to like kind of balance on like a surfboard a little bit. Basically, you have to argue with each other maybe a little bit to stop moving everybody before you can actually settle down on the dang thing. Definitely helps that you're laying down on it versus standing. The grasses around balance and help that as well. And then the barge is actually tied to many of the structures around it from these core beams that extend outwards of solid wood. They also help. And there's a dangling baby. You can observe them from from afar. Then they disappear. Could have been a mirage. Who knows? But the creatures are not out. You can see some, or hear, I should say, some movements from the hovels, suggesting that they are living in there. You can hear them inside sloshing about inside of the hovels huts. But there's none currently on the barges around you. those that might have been here have descended down. Like the creatures inside, they showcased not just it was time for night, but slight fear that it was night, and they decided to dive down and call it. So could be what King Muck had just kind of inferred at the last little bit. Click, click, click. Sounds of like this creature clicking, trying to imitate, and referring to the darkness of night as a period that should not be traversed. As you get upon the barge, the water's just kind of moving, sloshing. It's very quiet, very calm. Again, this is really like just a floodplain at this point in the swamp. And you all are able to get a long rest.
Um, you said last time that we had 5 hours completed on the spells. So
Right.
would one of them be completed by the
Yeah.
morning?
You want to work on it for the few hours? You don't have any light
Yeah.
out here, so
Yeah, I'll just I could magical tinkering a coin, make a light.
yeah. I was gonna say you
Make a
probably
little,
find
make
some
a
way of
make a
using
little
light.
reading light. But
Before I had turned in, I'd like to see if I can attach the new black gemstone to the
Okay.
pre-existing crescent.
Sounds good. So you begin to look the other one kind of holding them outwards from you, very similar fashion as the others. And as you do, you kind of hold them there, and they begin to like liquefy. And as they begin to liquefy, they begin to come together, and they begin to form into a square pyramid that is about 2 inches in its height, and then 1 inch and a half in its base. As it begins to slightly begin hovering down, begins to form a little bit of translucency and kind of changes as well, and some of that opaque to translucent. It's very well refined. There is no impurities. So you kind of stare at it. You can almost like see your reflection from it at times, from the change of the consistency.
Cautious would like to wake up on the earlier side, and I was wondering, would there be anyone else awake at this time we could talk to?
Are you waiting for daylight, or are you just simply waiting to?
He's gonna try to see who's awake when he wakes up, and he's gonna try to wake up before most people.
Okay.
Before.
So yeah, getting the 8-hour rest. Obviously, you can get up earlier than the day break if you want to, because you'll be getting that 8-hour rest if you choose. Frog creatures will not be up at that point. They're going to wake up when daybreak is. Most of the people in the party that are elven in their descent, they will be trancing, right? So they'll be awake, but the others, perhaps Thala, right, studying and doing your research here, taking that time. You might be a little more tired. You are a half elf, so it's up to you. How do you all want to roleplay that? Guys, you're just picking somebody.
Would Thea and Felix be up specifically?
It's up to them.
I'm up, yeah, sure.
What about Thea?
I think she stepped away from the
stepped away.
table. So.
Ah, I see a door open. Yes, they've stepped away.
Is anyone else doing anything? Because we can come back to that. If... doesn't work.
Just the usual morning routine, just setting up the telepathic bond again, get ready to head out.
Showing off my new spell, so it's true.
Ooh, get.
And I wake up in the morning and get some rations, maybe a little bit of bacon that I had, and make a nice fresh fish fry for everybody for breakfast.
More fish? Yeah.
You're making
Hey man, when in Rome,
you're
at least
making a
it's fresh.
fire on a wooden barge.
It's wet enough.
That's funny.
I think it'll be fine.
I love it. Okay. So Costas, we can retcon around that interaction if you want to. Wait, Brand to get back.
Yeah, I planned out.
They're
I'll,
back.
I'll wait until next. Costas is gonna like look around and be like, "Darn it," and he's gonna wait for the next time. Then,
Oh, they're back. I mean, it's back.
Elena's back.
They just said it. They're not
I'm
back.
back. I'm back. I'm back.
Oh, okay. So would will Thea have woken up early?
Yeah, they trance. I mean,
Uh,
they're pretty much.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so he is gonna try to get Thea and or Felix kind of. He's gonna find a time where they're together to kind of go and try and talk to them.
Okay.
You gonna just keep staring at us, bud, or you got something on your mind?
Uh, um. I don't know. Just. Do you mind if I talk to you guys for a bit? You're the. I mean, Felix. Sometimes you're not the most serious person, but when the going gets tough, you can be serious. And honestly, I
Thank
don't know
you.
why I'm going to you two in particular.
Well,
I
you did. So
Yeah. I have something I'd like to say. I tried to prepare this for a while, but that did not work very well. So, I'm just gonna. I've been practicing this a little bit. This isn't exactly organically like come up on the spot, but I'd like to say something, and I'll just hop into it.
Thea looks genuinely amused, but like ready to listen.
I take off my hat.
We have saved a lot of people, but that we've saved any more undead, but that does not override my mistakes of my transgressions. I was shaming my family and Thema even before I was traveling with you, but it's gotten worse recently. No matter what happens, I'm I'm a paladin, meant to be the stalwart protector of the people. And I could say to a certain extent I have been, but I've also been a constant embarrassment. What kind of paladin? Oh man, that sounds weird. No, what kind of person drinks as much alcohol as me or is as reckless as may I jumped into a crevasse with nothing more than a plan based on fairy tales. I have broken not only my armor, but the sword this group entrusted me with, and while believing myself to be untouchable, then there's the grade, my seemingly limitless grade. While we actively had a dragon coming to kill us, I paused and thought, should we take this cursed sword? A cursed. Okay, he's trying. You guys is getting a bit like loud, so he's trying to bring it down a bit. A cursed sword. Is that what a paladin would think? Is that what I should think? It's not. That's why today I wanted to make a request of you two and a promise to the group, but I would like you to keep this between us for now. Um, I promise to protect every member of this group, no matter what monsters or mayhem the world would throw at us, with my life. And also, well, I'm sure, well, I hope you guys don't care about this part as much. I will fix or replace the Bane of Earthen. And I will. It was never mine to begin with. I'll give it back to you guys, and if you think I don't deserve it, yeah, then it won't be my name. Well, yeah, I'll give it back. I don't know. Fuck. Then there is my request, which I have absolutely no right to make, and I will hold nothing against you two if you decide not to listen. But I, I've I've already gone too far off the path of the paladin. I'd like if you stopped me from going any further. Then he is going to reach into his bag, pull out the pipe, crack it, and throw it on the ground. Then he's going to kind of stare at them with a very awkward look as if he doesn't know what to do now.
I'll wait a moment to see if Thea wants to speak. But if she doesn't, then I'll speak.
I'm gonna say something. I'm just trying to formulate it right now. um,
You want me to go first? Or you got
yeah, I'll go first. Costas. How old are you?
22.
I've known a couple of 22-year-old humans in my day. They weren't paladins. Far from it. But you were young. And for that, some of your behaviors have excuse. You are idealistic. So some of your behaviors have excuse. And I'm going to put my hand up on your shoulder because you're significantly taller than me. If you want me to stop you from being an idiot, I am more than happy to stop you from being an idiot.
Costas is on the verge of crying. Thank you. Thank you.
But you need to start stopping yourself too. If I'm going to trust you with my life and not just trust you to be my shield in times of danger, the convenient person to hide behind, then you need to start doing it. I will help you until you reach that point. But if it takes you too long, I will not.
Costas nods. Still.
You're a
Haven't.
young man and you have a lot of growing to do. But you're growing. So keep growing. And I will leave.
Okay. All right. Bad cop. I'll be good cop. Would you mind taking a knee?
Yeah, sure. You guys do.
I'll put my hand on his shoulder after he takes a knee because I couldn't do it without it. Look, bud, that was. Thank you for sharing that. I know that wasn't easy, and I know that they said her part to challenge you, but we're all mortals. We have our strengths and our weaknesses, and hold on. Let me put my baby down for a second. I like to have fun and mess around a little bit. Oh, we got a baby's crying in the background. Oh no. But you are a valuable member of this team. Do you got some growing up to do? Sure. And I think those are beautiful things that you said. But I do agree with you that ultimately it comes down to your actions and not your words. Just all the stories of paladins that I've heard is that they make an oath and do their best to follow it. But an oath without actions are just words, right? And I just want to, remind you that a lot of your actions have been good. You've stood toe to toe against our enemies, side by side with us, kept people alive. Heck, I don't know if we would have survived half these fights without you. And joining with you as a new member to the group, it's been, comfortable to have somebody to take the heat off of me sometimes. Both in combat and out. But I think you got a lot to offer. And I think sometimes you get in your own way, like we all do. Like I mess up all the time. I still have the taste of a toad in my mouth, really. But I think you got nothing to prove to me or any member of the group, no matter what Thea says. I think you got to prove it to yourself. You know, what kind of person do you want to be? Because you can be, you know, the jackass. Or you can, you know, be the paladin that protects. You be somebody to look up to or somebody to make fun of. I see you have all those qualities like all of us do. I believe in you, Cassis. You just got to start believing in yourself and stop acting like the boy. And, you know, it's kind of like a defense mechanism almost. Like you don't have to grow up. I see a lot of potential in you. Yeah. Hopefully you see some in yourself.
Thank you. Wow, if you write like that, your story is gonna turn out great. It's-
Oh, I don't write. I just pretend to write in this journal. See, it's completely empty. And I'll flip to a back of the book where it's actually empty.
Well, thank you. I think I needed to hear that.
You can be fine. But I'm excited to see if this new chapter is more than just words, buddy.
I really hope it is.
Remember, we all write our own stories.
That we do. That we do. Cassis is gonna stand up and slowly walk over to his tent because he honestly just has no idea what else to do.
You pitched a tent on the barge?
Of course he did. He's
Pitched a tent
Costas.
large.
I love it. It's funny. Okay. Anybody else doing anything in the morning? Besides, what was I've already done? No? Okay.
Might as well try it. I'm gonna just do the clairvoyance right now.
Okay.
Peer over the lake.
Crepple Lake is what you were, or Ivry Lake. Which one?
Crepper Lake. Yeah, Crepple Lake.
Okay, Crepple Lake. Okay. So, as you use clairvoyance to look upon the area again, not didn't necessarily need to be familiar with. You kind of spawn the invisible sensor right above that lake. It just kind of appears. There's no fog. You can see the ruins of Thixia to your west, slightly north. There is no tower. The walls around the actual citadel still stand, albeit it's destroyed at times. But you can't see the tower. Right? It's not something you can observe. You're also looking for movements inside. You don't see any undead moving. There's just nothing really roaming around. It's just desolate, abandoned. As you turn your sensor and you're looking, and full 360 right as you're spiraling around, you can see on the south side of the lake is a wooden fort with some rock formation in its center. The wooden palisade wall is not very large, and there's shadows and movement from afar, as well as campfires, so there's smoke billowing outwards at this point, being in the morning. The rock formation at the kind of off-centered inside of this small wooden fort appears to be maybe 14 feet tall and a natural rock at that. It doesn't have any sorts of shapes, really, primarily, besides being a boulder like standing out. The shadows and movements inside are visible in the daylight. Medium-sized humanoids, perhaps, but beyond that, you don't know weaponry, what they're carrying, who they are, anything of that nature. East side is the eastern Tower of Mersatra, right? Eurosatra is its named. It's large, towering, nothing really needs to be described. There's no undead around it. And then as you look to the north, you can see a rock formation, multitude of ledges. It's been kind of carved, loosely shaped. There's spiked, kind of almost if they're like tank traps, right? They've been kind of built together and it surrounds this place. There are undead that seem to be moving spiked into them. There are towering figures within some of the ledging, 14 feet tall at least, armored, plated, just roaming and moving. The structure appears to be three-tiered. That third tier of height It's being used as a wall. Some skeleton zombified creatures, or skeleton or zombified creatures, I should state. Now, on the ledge that's above that second tier, first tier being the surface of the ground where those tank traps are, second tier, here is that there is a hole, large kind of hole. From this elevation of the sensor where it puts you, it's really kind of maybe a few feet over the water level, which poses a challenge of seeing what that actual is. You can't see that, right? You just know that there is some shadows and indentation within. It's many feet in its radius. Nothing's coming in or out of it. Underneath you, as you look down, the water is not water. It's acid. As it does, it simmers and bubbles as it neutralizes with the air vapor around it. Creates a heat mirage-like effect. The reaction of neutralization is so rapid that it generates heat in its reaction. Sigh.
Nice. Okay. So there's water around the northern edge, like the. Is it water though that's leaking around towards the northern side where the buildings are? Or is that all acid, or is it mixing with some of it?
From this distance, you cannot tell that.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so gaining all of that, I'll just come back to the party.
Okay.
Explain the things that I've seen. Um, I believe the South. I don't know what those creatures might be, but it seems they might be probably the lizard folk. Maybe the blanking on the name. Um, Cilantro? Um, yeah, it might be the Salinars over there, or the lizard folk. Uh, and the lake is also really dangerous. It's all acid. Grugash swims in acid, which probably makes a lot of sense. And but there seemed to be a building with a hole in its side. Um, Not too sure about it. It's to the north. I'm not. Maybe we could get inside, and there'll be an entrance that leads underground, so you don't have to jump into a lake of acid if we have to go find them.
That would be ideal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I don't think we could survive the fight long if we're fighting in a pool of acid, unless we have some way to protect against it.
Joe.
Yep.
Anything new with that rock? Like, I know this stone is giving me some abilities. How are you looking?
I mean,
Feel
it
any
it
different?
combined. We got 3 parts of it together now. I didn't really notice it doing anything different than it didn't before, other than the new shape. I don't know. Did you get some kind of weird powers out of yours?
Yeah. I no longer really feel the cold thanks to Ethrin. So it might be an
Um,
indication that you might no longer feel acid or have some new abilities. I don't really know.
I mean, does anybody have a vial of acid handy? I don't know if any of you
No,
guys do any
I
kind of
left that in
alchemy.
my other bag.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I am not gonna let you test that.
I mean, just a little
Mm.
drop to see if some of my skin burns, but yeah, I don't. Let's put a pin on that little experiment.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well,
Oh, And since I'm thinking about it, Felix, go ahead and keep that periapt there, man. You earned it. Besides which, I did see you almost get your head bitten off by that hag not too long ago. Seems you might have some need of it. Tend to get tossed around pretty bad in some fights that I've seen. So yeah, it's all you, buddy.
I don't even know what it is, but are you sure, Joe?
Hey man, you earned it. I was ready to trade it free and clear. You bargained back. You did all the hard work. It's it's periaptive wound closure. It'll help heal you.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. It's really nice, Mr. Joe.
Glad to have you here. And Michael, could you just move that over into his inventory? I forget how the trade menu works.
Yeah, I can do that.
Thanks.
So it's our first stop, Avery.
I think that was the plan.
Yeah.
Sure.
Avery, then Orsastra.
Okay.
Michael, could I
Yeah,
have a tune to
right.
that? Oh, yeah.
So, as you're waking up, fish fry, Dirty Joe here pitching this. The light of the sun is coming up, still overcast, so it's piercing through. Many of these creatures begin to form on this barge, particular to the fire that's being made. The smell of cooked fish becomes quite, quite full, all staring at you, croaking and ribbiting, waiting for you to finish cooking your fish.
Did any of y'all want somebody else? Do you usually cook your food?
Rabbit, rabbit, wow, 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 wow.
All right, I'm gonna take an extra fish and portion it out. Give them all a little bit of some fried fish.
You can eat it, licking their lips, if frogs had lips. Then they stare at you, intent on more.
Do you guys use fire?
More frogs
Fire?
begin to appear on the barge, splashing themselves on.
I think you might have cooked a little too good, Joe.
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, I don't know. Can't feed them all, can we? There's probably quite a few of them around.
You could leave your
They know how to
fire
feed
for them.
themselves, but
Yeah, okay, let's see if I can teach them real quick. Hey guys, come close. You take the fish, put it on a stick, put it in the fire. That's the easiest way for you to figure it out. So
Takes
I
a hand,
take a
puts it
fish.
close to the fire. Begins to take the spear and strikes at your fire, putting it out.
Wait. No. Put fish on stick in fire.
they got
Huh?
spears. They could do it with that. Yeah.
Huh?
Roll a flat wisdom check. 16. So you begin to educate, putting the fish on their spear form, putting it towards the fire. They begin to see that it begins to cook. They get excited. Many of them bring their own fish. You see hundreds, if not near 1,000, beady eyes begin to poke themselves from the water, looking in your general direction to approach this fire and cook their fish.
In everyone's head, all they hear is, "Time to go."
Now we're cooking with fire.
But
Yeah, so just hastily grab my things and hop off the barge. Well, let them to it.
you didn't teach them how to put the fire out.
No, they already knew that part. They were all like clubbing at it with the spear and stuff. They'll
Seemed
get
to
it.
have a pretty good idea.
The fire eventually goes out, Mr.
They're
Othello.
surrounded by water.
Felix jumps into the water. Starts swimming. I'm just kidding. You're fine. We don't need to move tokens. It's not important.
Oh, no,
The real question here is how are you going to get back? I wasn't
Would
back.
my fine stage work for toads?
So I'll ask Mr. Muckluck, the king. if he will offer us ride out of to the border of his territory, or at least close to Ivry,
Okay.
Avra,
Oh.
Ivra.
Eve Rye.
Eve Rye.
Eve Rye. That's
Ivry.
how I say it. I feel like that's right. I don't know. Eve Rye.
That's
It's,
Eve Rye.
it's,
It's your
your
world, so
place. It's
Yeah.
your place.
It's
Your
my
brain.
place. That's my place. Is what it's called. Everyone. It's not orifice. It's orcivis. Okay. All right. That's hands down the worst. That's hands down the worst one. I see that one a lot.
Orifice.
Orifice. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so you're able to go in and talk to Kigma. Kigma calls for the toads, right? And they begin to immerse themselves around the barge, allowing you all to mount them, and you begin to head in the direction of Ivry Lake. Now, the toads are only going to take you as far as they can kind of swim. After that point, kind of stall out and stop. The rain itself continues to fall down, and the sounds of the marsh around you continuing. Eventually, after about 4 hours of travel, pretty much almost at that noon hour, you can see the sun really at its brightest coming through the overcast above. This is the point that the toads kind of halt themselves. They're kind of slodging. They're very slow on land, so they're no help to all of you at this point. You can all just walk yourselves, being in that half a foot depth of water. They allow you to get off, sit themselves into the mud. They trudge back in the direction of the Mukluk territory. Given the distance that you've traveled thus far, you're feeling very confident that you'll reach Ivry Lake before the darkness is set, a couple hours perhaps before that part. You're heading into an area that's very familiar to the area on the west side of Norsatra, albeit becoming more dry land filled with that medium to tall grass. At some points you have to cut that down as you're moving through it. Eventually the trees then end, and you are brought into a grassland of sorts. Bits and pieces of that grassland oftentimes have some mud, right, some muck, but you're easily able to pull yourselves out of that and then kind of sneak around that. As you're continuing, we now advance the time about 6 or so in the afternoon. The grass becomes slightly less small to medium. It opens up sight lines. The actual lake itself seems to also gain some elevation, which might suggest why the grass is departing. The water itself, the surrounding bog area, right, that's retreating. As you stare off into the direction of where you'd imagine this is on the map, you don't see any structures. As you're looking at this map and begin to walk, eventually you step on to a piece of large lumber. It's been planed down and refined. It's been worked. It's not a house any longer. Shifting through the grass, you begin to find remnants of what used to be a home, perhaps, or stilts to said house. You begin to pull yourself forward as the grass is low near flat. Specific areas as if they were trails, lined with pebbles and rock stone from the lake. Bracing you is a large, dirty lake that resides a mile in width, half a mile in length. Surrounded by these various destroyed huts, lodges, houses. The lake itself filters in to bog, western, south, and slightly eastern. Some of those established places are on the water of that bog. You are on a dry land, more elevated than the last, so the lake isn't spilling over. You can see that some of the structures, glass kind of smashed in the roofs. You can see the doors of the houses, many of them carved in Elvish, showcasing family lineage, history, tradition, many Temerians. Woodwork is immaculate as well, taking great care to not use too much or too little, just right. Follow a path at this point, headed to the shore of the lake. And a structure begins to emerge at that shore with a bridge leading to it. As you stare on, you can see the resembles that of a lake house with straw thatching, dried reeds, ceiling height of roughly 14 feet. There's some openings in wooden structure at times, forming open windows. The docks leading out, the canoes and the rowboats still attached, the nets and the oars still in. You can see from this distance, up ramp slightly, that there has been something that has happened. Tables once destroyed, staining of the floor. Look with your perceptions, you don't see anything. You're staring and looking, hoping. There's nothing.
I'm gonna go
Is
up to the shore edge here, stare intently into the water and see if I can detect any well, anything nasty in there.
Okay. Going up to the shore edge of the water, you're looking into the muck, muddy kind of silt bottom, if you will, staring as best as you can, and roll perception.
I'd like to see if I could see if there's any way to see if there's been a disturbance on the bridge as like in regards to people traveling across it and how recently that would seem to me.
Roll investigation. "17, you look at the bridge, looking for path. It does appear that the bridge has been traveled rather recently. As you bend down towards the bridge, an arrow lands next to your left hand. A tree just adjacent to the right hand side, the one Felix is currently under. You see a wood elf. Cowl, leaf, fern, straw, hovering over themselves, the cowl and a mask, covered in a ghillie-like suit. Voice echoes out. "You're not dead. That's promising."
Is this in common?
It is.
Were we supposed to be?
What does that mean?
Neither are you.
No. I am Ivrai, a ranger. Are you Fey in need of help? I don't think so. Armor and weapons.
Yeah. I don't know. Are goblinoid are they Fey in your world or not?
That is not
Because that
something.
Fey answers rates a trait.
Yeah, so that is some canon in history, particularly with this world. Goblinoids are actually native to the prime material plane. They have strong history and connection to dragons, as far as their service and things. So there's no notable, right? So goblinoids would not be Fey.
Not Faye, but perhaps in need of help.
Help getting out of the marshes?
No.
Help with the big one that lords over the marshes.
The dragon?
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. marsh has been cleared of fog for a little while now. Seems as though the tower in Siltoric has been destroyed. That has something to do with it.
Something, yeah.
The fog cleared. Then you'll be able to get yourselves out. I think it'd be rather foolhardy to go after any dragon, especially the size and the strength of Grugash.
Yeah, nonetheless, you know, foolhardy or not, we're gonna do it.
Does
very
this
brave of you.
individual seem like they just think that we're being stupid, or that they're frightened by that idea of going against
They
Grugash?
roll insight.
That's a 20.
They are mute to their feelings. They are a survivor. They appear to be believing that it is foolhardy that the dragon can be killed.
This group has done it before, and we'll do it again.
You are dragon slayers.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like that.
We're also purveyors of magical and or shiny rocks. You ever come across one of them around here?
No. Begins to use a rope sliding off of the tree, laying on the ground. Large thunk with the boots. Puts the bow in
You
the
ever
bag.
hear of
They're
anybody
back
else
quick.
talking about shiny rocks?
No.
All right,
Follow
well,
me.
thank you for your time.
Begins to walk in the direction. Opens up the cellar door. Begins to walk down.
Wait, guys. What? Why would we follow this guy?
Well, I think she changed her demeanor when we said that we were dragon slayers, so either she's leading us into a trap, or she wants help. Either way, we won't know until we go in there. And be ready for each, you know? Our
Yeah, I
typical arm one hand, offer the other kind of negotiations.
I mean, they seem like a good person. They asked if we were in need of help first thing, so
Maybe they were just trying to size up easy targets. I don't know. This
Yeah.
just seems weird. You see all the blood over there on that there barge?
yeah, that is.
Bad
but
things happen on that barge.
let's
And they're
just-
very casual about going into it.
Yeah, you're probably right. Probably a dangerous person. Let's be on our guard and we'll protect ourselves. But
Mm-hmm.
I really think together we can handle ourselves against pretty much anybody. So
All right.
Besides,
plus
if
we got
you're
this new
gonna-
chick that is like super good at fighting. So
If you're gonna be in a place like this, looking around, you probably are going to be classified as a dangerous person.
All right, well, let's get this ambush over with.
Well, we're the
Rathalla,
Wayward
she's
family.
almost as smart as you are.
Not surprised.
Ooh, what happened here?
Yeah, they went down these steps. Totally not skeevy. All
Um,
right.
What is in his bags in the corner? Asking this to Michael.
So, going down the staircase, Felix, Costas, you're looking towards the backpacks that are hanging from some of the hooks on the walls.
Oh, do they look like they're anything suspicious, like heads or something, or is it just backpacks?
They're backpacks, closed.
Okay.
You go over and open them if you want.
No, we don't have time for that. Just
Okay.
they seemed oddly placed. So
Actually, no, I am gonna
Well,
go.
They actually
go open
they,
'em up.
they don't. They seem like it seems like a prep station for, like, you rest here and then you grab your bag and you leave.
yeah, that's why I was like, they're the only thing in here that seems to be like not touched by the fighting. So it's like,
Well,
Well, why would they
whatever was
be?
killed here didn't grab bags.
yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's just
Yeah, I'm gonna peek inside and see what's in one.
Okay. You open up some of the clips of the backpack looking in. Seems to be a rope and other sorts of adventuring supplies that are in the backpack.
Well, nothing obviously suspicious.
No
Yet.
heads.
Are these footsteps accurate? Bloody footsteps?
They are. They appear to be bloody footsteps of boots.
Does it appear that there is, let's say, like droplets of blood in the ground, also in line with these footsteps, as if something carried the corpses out of here?
Roll investigation check. 27. Feels like there has been a foray here, a fight that had occurred. Tables have been smashed, things have been destroyed. The blood has been stained for a very, very long time on the wooden floor. It's survived the weathering because this place is a roof. Some of the handprints and things have been elongated and stretched as if someone had laid it on the floor and picked themselves up, sliding a bit and standing tall. Not that anybody's been dragged.
Do any of the blood stains or like marks seem reptilian in nature, or are they all more like elven / human?
You should just roll a d20 for it.
D20. Okay. That again.
It's flat d20. Bottom right of the
Yeah,
dice
where's
tray.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm an idiot. Okay.
That checks out. Are we Zell or Costas today?
What?
Are we Zell or are we Costas?
Rick Costas? Why?
The blood of reptilian species. I love it. Costas, looking for traces of lizard folk in the area. That would be the thing
I
to
was
ask.
trying to see if it was like a lizard folk attack or something. We know they attack the toads.
Sure,
so it's like...
sure. Yeah, I mean, lizard folk attack. That's why I was. It was funny the way you said that. It's like very like analytical science. Reptilian blood. There is no traces of lizard folk that you can see. There's no other hide pieces that have been left over and molted. There's not any of spear-like weaponry you imagine be tribal warriors would wield on the ground.
Right, down the hatch.
Yep.
Okay.
Follow with Felix.
All right, so going down stairs here, you're able to get into a staircase that is surrounded in some sandstone as it's kind of extending into the actual lake at this point. The rain has ceased and the wind itself, and you're having a large moisture effect in here, but it seems to be quite okay. While I have the torches out, there's crates of food in here that is fresh, seems to be gathered and collected over time. Barrels of fish as well, potentially fermented fish, seemingly the same as some of the labels state Norfolk. They have pushed some of the stonework outwards, almost as if they've grabbed their hands into the wall and then pulled, and that's revealed a false wall, a segment with another staircase descending down. Dribbles of water about, and that shaft has been loosely created as the bed of the lake is underneath you on the floor, and you extend further down. After you all, you'll find Theron. There's not many of us left. I have to go back on watch.
Totally not sus. Thanks.
Can I grab an apple?
Sure. Much food as you like. We don't have many mouths to feed anymore. Begins to walk up the staircase. Back up.
Have been any recent Fae seeking assistance?
Stops, looks downwards. Staircase. Before it disappears into the ceiling above. Not recently, no. Why?
That's
Might have reason to believe that, well, some people in them, well, right. Have you encountered any satyrs?
Say that again?
Does he look like he's asking for just like clarification of the word, or like there's
Or
something about?
explanation.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to pick up on that too.
Um, give him just a general description of what I would know Soren to look like.
Okay. I have not seen or heard of the person you have described.
All right.
And what happened upstairs? Why is there blood everywhere?
That is camouflage. It's a disguise, a ruse. Undead came. Much of the village was wasted by the dragon and the undead horde.
Can I check to see if I can figure out if he's lying?
Well, insight.
Based on the investigation check I did upstairs, does that track?
22 seems to follow along with that. You can't really tell if they're lying. It seems to be very monotone in their portrayal and serious to the point. And with your investigation, you could not tell either way.
And why did you lead us down here exactly?
Theron, head ranger, and what's left of us. Safe house is down below. Said you wanted aid. Walks up the staircase.
Well, guys, we're not dead yet. Shall we push
Yeah.
on?
Yeah, I'm trying to recall what I remember Paxina telling me about the Evrai. I think she said that they were like good people. That they definitely did not support the dragon.
Roll intelligence check if you're trying to call information.
Yeah. Nope.
Or this information is pretty basic, so I'm just really looking for not a natural one. I can't give you any more details beyond this.
Mhm.
Vaccine had referenced the Ivrai as a collective of rangers that came together to support and help Refuge Fae. Okay. So, is anybody not going down the staircase into the underwater shaft tunnel thing? No? Okay. So, we're going to activate this next map. You descend the staircase. You go into a tunnel shaft with a rough and craggly solid stone that's been kind of smoothed down over time. The water dripping around you. Your boots are kind of mucking in the mud, and you're heading in this tunnel, wrapping around. Obviously, David is AFK, but you all are more than welcome to move your toe. So you come down into the space. Rounding a couple of corners, light becomes visible. You hear shushing slightly. A couple figures begin to stand up from their particular seats and looking in the general direction where this tunnel leads. Small chamber underneath Lake Ivrai. Straw laid out with blankets, pillows on top, fried beds, potentially humanoids. Sacks filled with somewhat spoiled food, barrels of fresh water to provide nourishment. Single broken table has several cups. This individual stands up. His auburn hair, bearded half-elf with a few elvish tattoos in the neck, forearm. They wield a short sword and dagger at opposing sides. a braided leather belt. A quiver of hide and a bow of ash sits on the back with common arrows. They have a piece of breastplate that is in dire need of repair. The eyes are green. They have a warming face. Many of the rangers wear similar items, albeit deteriorated, frayed. Standing from the table, hands are kind of on the weapons, looking. Well, you're not undead, so that's good.
Well, you noticed that, did you?
Is that your
Must
saying?
say, you
here?
all seem to have the same sense of humor.
Must be
Well,
a motto.
undead for finding their way here, I would imagine they would have picked up their intelligence or perhaps gotten smarter somehow.
Yeah, sorry for the intrusion. Your friend upstairs told us to come talk to you.
Ralisha? Yeah. She can be blunt. She's been put on watch today. My name is Theron.
Nice to meet you. I'm Dirty Joe Buckwilder.
Dirty
Oh.
Joe Buckwilder. Interesting. Nice.
And Costas, good to meet you as well.
We are the Wayward ones.
The Wayward ones. Oh, okay. So why are you down here? You need help?
More on the lookout for shiny black rocks. Specifically the magic talking kind. Ever run into some of them?
Shiny
They might
black
not.
rocks that are
I've
magical.
talked to you.
No, we've never come across anything like that.
Well, moving on the topic of help, it kind of seems like you are in a situation yourselves.
We've been in this situation for a long time, friend.
Why?
The marshes have been plagued by a black dragon and an undead horde. They have taken their refuge at the heart of Thixia it once was, Satoric Citadel. They maintained 2 bases of operation, the north and south side of Cripple Lake. They also have undead collected around the towers. At least they did. Towers of Morsatra. Back when the Satoric Tower fell, the fog was lifted, and the undead, well, they stopped moving. They stopped. Fell, rotted. Quick as they deteriorated. Whatever life was placed in them, gone completely. But by that point, we of Rye are the numbers you see. There is no recruitment, only loss, only death. We've done everything in our power to ensure the safe travels, Fae, and survivors. As we've done so, our numbers have dwindled.
Where have you sent the Fae, if I may ask?
Well, once we get them out of the marshes, we either send them in the direction of Lathan or Fort Farron. Generally tell them to not disclose who they are or what they are, to hide and conceal.
What is it that ties you to this path so much? You say you've been here for so long and you've seen all this death, and yet you remain.
Oh, I suppose, for the forest, for the people. I was born from 2 parents, Norfolk. I joined, like others here. None of them are None of them were born when the undead came. But we stand with our vows and the forest. We remember the tales of what our forebears, our ancestors, speak of. A place with beautiful red wooden trees, bountiful harvests.
Yeah, the redwoods did sound pretty nice. Well, honestly we're on a mission currently to stop this dragon. Hopefully, change these marshes for what they are. Um, I only asked. It seems like you needed help because maybe we're fighting the same fight. You just want the forest to be. You just want the land to be back the way it was. Um, I don't know what help we can offer. Um, maybe some better equipment, helping out on that. But we just probably need some information, or if you're willing, uh, to back us up against Grugash, the Black Dragon.
After the Satork Tower fell and the fog was cleared, there has been a change. Slow but true. The evil yet remain, and that has stalled the healing of this land. We are not slayers of dragons, nor can our arrows penetrate the dragon's hide. It is also protected by purple and pink lightning. They break and destroy projectiles that have been launched, sent at it. I have watched many perish to this dragon. That's why we hide down here.
Well, some good news on that front. Them shiny black rocks I was talking about earlier. Reason to believe there's 4 of them. I got 3, and you get them all together, they can actually penetrate that shield that you're talking about. We already killed one dragon using the exact same method up north
Yeah.
with
We
shiny
weren't
white
slayers
rocks,
of dragons either until we were.
and now we're trying to slay this one.
Yeah, we'll be the main force. All I'm saying is if you're willing to take the fight against this Black Dragon, take the marsh for yourself and put up a fight, we can obviously use you as backup. We're not
Yeah.
saying put your complete selves in danger.
You, even if you don't want to aid us in the fight, you probably know this marsh far better than us, and your aid even as guides would be invaluable.
Yeah, I don't think anybody here expects you to um, be sacrificed for our efforts. We just want to work together. So a guide or a skirmishing force, whatever thing that you could offer to aid to help reclaim this forest as you wish to have it would be more than valuable. But we're the ones that need to take the biggest risk, and we're happy to do so. It's part of why we're together. Um, but we could use your help, and whatever that would look like.
It is late. You're more than welcome to rest here tonight. We have food collected from areas the undead once laid claim to. Rest as you wish. You have a battle plan.
Not. Um, a lot of it depends on if we can find this last stone. But from here, we need to make our way to the other 2 towers, Rosastra and Zorsastra, then up to Thixia, and then we'll end with making our way towards Crep Lake, where the beast lays. We know that it is filled with acid, and so we're still seeking out a way to protect ourselves against it or navigate the lake safely.
What we know is that the dragon lies within their lair in the lake. The dragon does not come out to speak. Others that help in the command of the undead. Knowing that, I would assume there are ways to get in to the lair beyond just swimming through the water of acid.
Maybe one of the forts that are on either side of the lake.
Could be, based on interrogation of Lady Trillia's fort, one of their rangers. Not Ivrai. Not anymore. Interrogation proved that there is a way from the south fort underneath, tunnel leading to the lair. Lady Trillia is the only one that can go.
Maybe that's how you can help us once we finish collecting the information we need. Help us take the South Fort and hold it for us while we push into the lair.
We don't stand a chance to Lady Trillia's forces. We can help you in that fight to attack and distract, perhaps, but we cannot stand against the Purple Hag. She is gifted with powers that are not of this plane. Rangers have taken way to the gloom.
Mm.
The attack at night would be possible.
Does she carry a weapon that seems odd and ominous?
Not that I know of. She uses magic innately.
If it's anything like the rest of the force that we found here, if you take out the commander, you take out at least the clarity of the undead around them.
There is no undead in Trillia's fort. The Rangers are not undead.
Oh, I misunderstood. I'm sorry. It's like I wasn't here for a moment.
What are they then?
I don't know.
Could you describe their appearance or abilities in any way?
They are like us. Elves, woodish descent. But their eyes are black. Their skin is pale.
Do you think you
Yeah.
could fight her rangers or distract them and we can go after her?
We could distract. Take volleys from afar in the grass. They will have cover with the palisade wall. Gates are two. Best to climb over the wall instead of attacking from the fort's main entrance on the south side.
Yeah, so I don't want you guys assaulting the fort. You seem to be pretty useful, from afar. So if you can use volleys to pull the eye of her forces there, and then, we are pretty good at infiltrating. And we go after her, and then I think possibly securing the fort after that becomes easier when their leader's not in commission. I don't know, gang. What do we think about that?
If you
Sounds like
give
our
me
usual plan.
details, I can get us in. This is kind of what I did.
Sounds simple.
Well,
If you give me as many details as you can.
I don't know much more than that, besides that Lady Trillia likes to linger within a mountainous rock. The stairs going into the dungeon are nearby it. That is on the northeast side of the fort.
Um, I do have one question as it tad bit off of this topic, but are you aware what kind of relationship the lizard men have with the dragon?
Lizard folk? They have no connection with the dragon. They were plagued, taken capture, turned. Not many of them left. They cling to the 3 lakes of Duza.
Thank you. That's actually quite useful.
Well,
If we survive the fight with Grugash, we can head over there, figure that out.
yeah, I suppose so. Well, with the battle plan in place, withdraw the distraction in the west. You go in from the east, scale the wall, get behind the forces, if it will, as it will. We will stay at range. They will fire back. We will try to stay alive as long as we can before retreating. Hopefully, by that point, you can discover a way down or perhaps in the house.
How long does it take you to get from wherever your staging point is to get to that fort? Because we'll be able to message you remotely when we're moving on it. But I imagine I don't want you just sitting outside the fort, for the next day or so.
No. What we can do is, given the destruction of Thixia and the vacant undead, even the south tower of Musatra, we can cling to the waterway on the delta, eastern troop that leads out to the bay. We'll take our boats, we'll port them to the river, we'll use them, we'll cross it, and we'll take shelter. Do you have a map?
Yeah, I think one of us does.
Yeah,
Pull out the map. Whoever has it.
I think I have it or Joe has it.
Whichever.
I think it's been
Uh,
passed around because somebody studied it too, and
Okay.
we pull out the map.
Pull out the map. Set it down
I
on the
have
table.
the Opheria map.
Set it down on the map, and then I know one of you has it. Says it on the
Yeah,
map on the
we were
table.
studying it.
Theron walks over and slowly begins to grab a bit of actual kind of wax from the candle. It's been kind of melting and slowly begins to draw the tip of the arrow, a little bit of a waxy circle. Just begins to draw it the edge of the delta area. Generally there. Reach out to us. We'll have a small encampment. No fires. We'll wait. 3 days. Should give you enough time.
Me. Our last stop is Thixia, so when we are leaving there, we'll reach out to you. Mr. Athala will. And I'll point over to Athala.
Sounds good. Well, tonight we drink. Hope we don't die.
Enjoy your drinks. I think we're going to push on, though.
Oh. Well, good luck.
I don't know how much time these towers are going to take us, and I'm just going to look to the rest of the group. But I think we should try to push on to Warsastra. The sun is still up.
Yeah, we get a few more hours of travel in.
Yeah. All right.
How long will it take us to get there?
From here, if
I
you know
asked
the
the
terrain
raiders.
well, it'll take you 1 hour after nightfall.
Any tips and tricks of things not to walk into?
Landmarks
Marcus.
to look out for?
There should be no undead in your way. The terrain becomes difficult with the bog, the lake as it spills. I would warn you, traveling at night in the marshes is not good. There is a creature that hunts. Is invisible to the eye.
Ah, that one.
A flying one?
That is correct. It has
Yeah, we
not
bumped
made
into
its
him before.
way. You have. That's troubling. And you survived, which is good. But you also are going to try to slay a dragon. So perhaps that is. Perhaps that just makes sense.
It might be okay that that thing is out there. It's made a habit of showing up at inconvenient times. So if we could, have it come up when we're, pretty capable, and I think we're okay with that. I don't want to
Okay.
speak for everybody else in the group, but rather
Yeah,
take
yeah.
that threat off the board if we could.
Okay.
Yes, we've encountered it a couple of times, and it's very good at running away. So
Well, I don't know where it originates from, but ever since the tower has fell, we have yet to hear it. Good luck. Take as much food as you want from the storeroom on your way out.
Sure, thanks, buddy.
thank you for everything you've done, not just for us, but for the Fae of the Marshes.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Except for the barrel. Breathing in intently. Cracks the back a little bit.
I do remember that as we're prepping to leave, that creature was able to confuse some of us because we were clumped up together. So as we're moving, if if it's out there, having a little bit of dispersion would be good. Seeing the costs didn't understand me, I'll look at them like being further apart from one another.
I can possibly make
That's-
one other person than myself be able to see it, so that'll be useful.
You can make other people see invisibility?
Yeah.
Well, I do have a longbow, so that might come in handy.
Nope. It's only me.
Oh, okay.
Never mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say, see invisibility is just yourself.
But I can be everyone's eyes, just like always.
Well, if you can tell me where it is, I can release fairy fire onto it to try to make it not invisible.
Sounds good.
I like
Alright.
it when they glow.
So you begin to walk through the tunnel, getting into the storeroom. Again, take as many rations as you would like. There's at least 100 days worth of rations in here, so bountiful amounts of food and crates. And some of it, again, they've just kind of gathered, very much surplus in places that potentially they couldn't actually get the food. So it's not that they're just like sitting down here and doing nothing, right? They're actually taking trips and raids and other things that they're going about. And they also noted that there might be some more freedoms based on the fact that there's no fog and the undead aren't stopping them. So you head out back into the lake house. So above, the rain's still falling down and the wind pushing through. You set your eyes on the tower, which is visible from the lake house. Kind of looking up, maybe to the dock or to the shoreline. You can see it standing tall above the grassland bog that lies in front of you. You begin to head that direction using every bit of light that you have. In the darkness, you will arrive at that tower. This is where we're going to go and take a break. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. The Wayward Ones, as they navigate the marshes and interact with some of these cultures, these people that have been here for a long time. It's been fun. And we will see what lies ahead after we come back. So take 10 minutes or so. So we'll be back at 6:43 p.m. PST-ish. And join us when we return. So,
Bye.
All right, welcome back. Thanks for rejoining us here. So we're headed from the Ivride Lake. We're heading to Orsatra, which is the kind of western tower of Orsatra. As you begin to make your travels here, it's definitely difficult. You're posed with the essential problem of falling into these mud pits and water areas, and you're having to really pull your through in a very traditional bog-like sense. The grass being medium to long. But eventually, that begins to kind of change as the tower actually sits on elevation. So you're almost like in a kind of the depth, right? And then you're now coming up, right? Um, there are these period kind of positions of rock that are filled with many bioluminescent mushrooms and shrooms in general. So there's also trees kind of growing around this space from the south and the northern kind of forest as it's reaching in. And these spaces are lined with kind of rock as they're kind of falling down on steep and sheer cliff sides, as if there's been like volcanic or kind of seismic activity that's going to transform this space over time. The tower itself sits on a relevant rock, if you will. So, a similar fashion as those have sunken down, this is kind of raised now, and then the tower is built from that structure. Whereas the other one was sunken, this one is raised. Now, going to activate the map. As you do, you can see that the grass itself has shallowed out to near to nothing in this space. And the piles of the undead bodies still deteriorating some of their bone structure, which is loose to do so, is scattered about this space. So you can actually see the undead around you as you made your final approach. The time, if you will, we are an hour into night, so we have darkness here, and the light rain and the wind has continued. That has not stopped. You can see the entrance to the particular tower extending, the waterfall falling down, and that water pushes itself off of the rocky cliffside mounting that this tower has, and that is kind of cascading. There is a natural staircase that seems to have been created. The very earth itself has been molded and shaped. Then vine railing as it outstretches and anchors itself, kind of twined and tied down to the ground. Let's see.
Well,
Same as last time.
shall we?
Same
Yeah.
thing as last time. Yeah.
Remember to show them the symbol that we got from the last tower.
Oh yeah, from the shadow figure.
I will open the door.
You go to take your thief's tools out to open the door. Felix, your hands begin to glow.
I wave my hand at the door.
You wave your hand at the door, see that the actual tendrils of the pressure plates of that structure begin to actually now fill inwards, creating that in a very magical sense. The door begins to open.
That is very convenient.
Sorry, Thea, I didn't mean to steal your thunder.
I don't mind at all.
You see a figure as you begin to walk in. Comes from the ceiling, hovering downwards. As it does, it comes to an elevation roughly 30 feet in the first floor. This figure itself resembles eerily the other one. There's not much change between. However, this one is about 2 feet taller, and many of its features are elongated. The door shuts behind. Boisterous voice, this one speaks out. Why have you come here? Carry the mark.
Yeah. We talked to your companion in Norsastra, and we're just making the rounds to the towers. We are attempting to free the marshes of Unveiling from the dominion of the child of Orsevis, Grugash, and trying to collect knowledge, wisdom, and aid on our journey to do so.
Really interesting.
Oh, and any shiny black magic rocks, if you happen to have some on hand.
What did Aloris tell you?
I'll share everything that they said.
Okay. What an absolute fool. Giving so much secret information. Mortals. It's dumb. What it is. Dumb. Absolutely. Foolish. I have no more information that Loris has not told you. Nothing new.
Do you not want Gurgash to be destroyed? You don't care.
The Black Dragon, Drugash, is sadistic and uncooperative. But the domain of Orsivis is vast. Full of magic, power.
Yeah, that's true. And we're just trying to clean up this little part of it.
Clean up what? The wheels of fate have turned, and this is what has been decided. So why are we here to put an end to it?
This is what has been decided for now. The
Because
wheels of fate
you,
are still turning.
because you have decided to make it so.
Is that how all
Yeah.
fate comes to be?
Chosen ones. There was others like you in the Feywild. Despised them.
Well, we're not from the Feywild, so no need to hate us. Maybe they were jerks over there, but I promise you, we're right cool.
Right. Pulled forth to fix the tragedies.
About them shiny rocks I mentioned. Wouldn't happen to know where I could find another one of those, would you?
No, I don't. As I told your friend, I have nothing more to add that Aloris has not.
All right, well, can we crash on your living room floor then? It's kind of late outside.
You wish to rest here.
Yeah.
No, we're good. Thank you.
Yeah,
You
that's
have a good day.
No,
a bad idea.
you are more than welcome. Begins to groan, flutters flying through the ceiling, disappearing.
Thank you.
All right, I guess we can rest here, but let's just keep an eye out because that just doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
You're definitely posting a watch.
Are we still telepathically connected?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna just be saying seems very hostile. Just over the lines of that. Just
Yeah, maybe not hostile. It's one thing to just not want to help us, another thing entirely to want us dead. Seems like he just didn't really care about us that much.
I agree with your assessment, Joe. Just kind of seems like a douche.
Definitely is.
At least it's dry in here.
No, I am curious if they still have their codex.
I was thinking the same thing.
I don't think that's an issue we should press at the moment, but you're more than welcome to, loosely investigate.
yes, they don't seem like they'd be inclined to tell us if they still have it.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we just leave that alone. I mean, he did let us stay the night. Why go poking through all of his own personal affairs and whatnot? Might be a good way to get us disinvited.
Yeah, I suppose there's no real reason to know, right? He has
Just
it.
a
It's just where it's
curiosity.
supposed to be.
Either way, that whole reconnecting back to their Feywild or whatever is a more of a them problem than an us problem. So let's focus on the task at hand.
What was it just me, or did they seem to like kind of almost admire Orsiphus?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, mm, it seems they like their position.
Yeah, that's why I don't like staying here. Seems like they. It seems
Oh,
more like they view Grugash as a rival than an enemy.
the one they called Aloris in the northern tower seemed willing to help us restore a bridge to the Feywild, but I have a feeling this one might be content just reopening a bridge to, well, not the Feywild.
That seems about right.
And there might be one of those same structures that we seen in the tower upstairs. So I don't know. Maybe we find a couple that are against Source of this, and maybe there's a couple that's not.
Well, the real question is, are we gonna keep going to the next tower? It seems like this one had absolutely nothing new, and the way he was talking, the person in the previous tower told us pretty much everything that they should know. So it's no point in going to the next one, or should we just go straight to Thixia?
Well,
Well,
no, we need to get all the information out of everybody that we can. We need to get
yeah.
that last stone.
We
This is
also
one
don't
cranky dragon.
know. We also don't know if this one had no other information to give us, or just didn't want to.
Fair point, I suppose.
We also don't know if there's another stone here. I remember I only asked if we'd find the stone in 7 days. I didn't ask how many stones, so I'm
Is
not
that
too
something you could
sure.
do?
Yeah, I could do it right now. But I'm just saying I don't know if there's another one here.
I get the feeling that if there's another one, it's probably with the lizard folk or in Thixia. That'd be my guess, at least from seeing what it looks like.
Can you actually mention multiple in your original clairvoyance? If we find the stones, plural.
I believe it was just if we travel in the next 7 days, we'll be able to find a black stone, a black gemstone. I think that
Hmm.
was my wording. Not too sure. That was 2 weeks. um, but if not, I could just do the spell right now. Um, I'll cast divination. Uh, continuing our search for the next 7 days, will we be able to come across another black gemstone?
Upon a path that is not so easily traveled or yet found.
On a path that is not so easily trapped. Could you repeat that again?
On a path
Mhm.
that is not so easily traveled. And I'll probably just say northbound. Easier for me to remember.
And I'll just repeat that to everyone. Well, that's what I was told. So,
Well, the or found part makes it seem like any place that we are actively thinking of going to is probably not going to have it. So,
Well, I don't know. I mean, we're in
Not
the middle of a
necessarily true.
swamp. Isn't literally everything not easily found around here?
well,
Exactly.
was this say or found as it hasn't been found yet, or that's hard to find?
A path that is not easily traveled nor found.
Nor found?
not easily found.
Then I'd like to add the altar of flowers to my other list of possible places this might be. But then again, that's basically the entirety of the marshes at that point. Fixia, the Three Lakes, and the altar of flowers, basically every important location.
Well, with that in mind, we know it's easy to find the towers. Well, you can see them from way off, so maybe we should skip the next one.
Yeah. So I don't know if we're gonna gain anything more from either of these towers at the moment. Maybe because we're so close to Thixia, we move to Thixia, and then find out what we learned there, and then decide if we still want to go down to Satra.
Yes.
But either way, it still puts us in that general area of meeting up with the Rangers if we need to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or maybe do we try to see if we can find it in the den of the lizard man?
The thing
I
is,
don't
we only
know.
have 3 days, so I don't know if we'd have time to. I'm not very good at pathfinding. Do you think we'd have enough time to go, even if we wanted to go see the lizard men and get back in 3 days?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably not.
For some reason, the phrasing sounds like, I don't know why. It might just be tuition or something. Feeling like it might be at the altar of flowers. Yeah.
Yes.
There were those druids who I'm hearing is pretty powerful. They had their own area. Wouldn't be easy to find them, nor their paths. So maybe around the altar of flowers or something, they might be having it hidden.
Yes.
Just a thought.
Same thing applies, though. That is well outside our way.
Yeah, I know
Maybe
it's well
we
outside, but
could we tell the Aaron or Ari, whatever, to
Right.
maybe wait a week before going back so we can have time to properly explore the entirety of the marshes? Or, I mean, we have.
No,
If we're,
The
no,
longer
we
we
don't.
wait, the longer Grugash has to finally decide he wants to do something.
well, yeah. Didn't you guys have 3 out of 4 last time too? You didn't have all of them?
We did,
yeah,
but it was difficult. There was
yeah.
still some minor protection. To
Well,
get
at least,
through the
yeah.
field fully, we'd need all 4 pieces, but
Also had a dragon slaying longsword then.
Let's see what we find
And
in Thixia, then make a decision there. Is that okay?
all right.
Yeah,
yeah.
we could probably
Sounds good
check
to me.
the trove that was underneath.
Yeah, maybe
there
we'll
might be enough
find-
to turn the tide. Who knows?
Mhm.
Maybe
Yeah.
we'll find signs of your friend.
Maybe we'll find some ancient, incredibly powerful smithing tools.
Well, we know for sure that there's a trove underneath, and the fallen bodies of the people that had destroyed the tower here in this time space. So between the two of them, they might have between those two areas, there might be something that can help us in this fight, and then we can make a decision there. There's no point in speculating until we know more, I think. But I'm open to other thoughts.
One idea I do have, if we do feel like we won't have enough when we get to Thixia, it seems like the lizard men despise Grugash almost as much as us. And if they're as smart as the toad people,
I think
maybe
they're
we
smarter.
could. You're right. Probably you are right. I'm just saying maybe we could inflame tensions between the. Oh, I feel bad saying this, but they don't seem like the nicest like society. Maybe we could try to inflame some tensions between the lizard men and the dragon. The dragon could do our job for us, and we weaken him at the same time.
Yeah, no, I don't know about that. That don't, nah.
Out of
They'll probably
character,
just try to kill us on sight. Let's
Lucas,
not.
did you just have like this whole thing about like I'm a paladin? Yeah.
So, Mr. Cautious, great moment earlier today. But I just want to kind of check it. Is this the kind of paladin you want to be?
You're right. That's the thing. I
Is it
feel really
people
bad
that
about suggesting
Costas
this.
being an idiot?
This isn't really being an idiot. This is more like I feel bad about suggesting it, but they do sound like they go around eating random people. So
Costas.
yeah.
Hi.
Okay.
Genocide is never okay. Just throwing
What
it out
about
there.
even then?
Yeah. Yes. You are right. You are right. I mean, I wasn't exactly suggesting genocide. I was more thinking like they'd fight each other and what
I
happened.
know, but
Yeah.
feeling
Yeah.
bad about having that thought is a step.
And if what every is saying is correct, then those lizard folk are probably in hiding as well from the dragon.
And are probably disinclined to help us.
So
So,
Dixia, and then if I recall correctly, Aloris. Well, they also mentioned, in addition to the Mukluk, that those Salinar people would be the people to talk to for more information.
Yeah. Just gotta be careful with them. Might be a little
Yeah.
dangerous.
The Salinar in the other timeline worshipped Talus.
Yeah, that tree.
And Paxina and her folk didn't seem too keen on that.
I mean, the friendly talking tree and back in Othema.
I believe it is a different tree.
It is a different tree.
Oh, I mean, how many talking trees are there around here? This is a strange continent, man.
I kind of have to agree with you there. We only need the tree that is from Palor. We don't really need any other talking trees.
I mean, don't be inconsiderate to other talking trees. Sun tree is cool and all.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's my.
Lucas today. Ah, we're like 5-faced right now.
This is me leaking into Costas.
Yes,
Give us
sir.
pretend Costas for a second.
You just could not handle when I said that ruby was so valuable. You're just like on it to
Nope.
win it, and then you're about like the troves under the treasure.
No,
What?
I'm dialing it back. I did not think at all about the gold. To be very clear, I'm dialing
Yeah.
that back.
You're down in the back.
Yeah.
You're reining it in.
Yeah, now he's
Hopefully.
just
I'm
racist
bad.
against foreign trees.
Yeah,
No.
just for
Right.
trees.
Yep. Only the foreign one.
Trees.
You're being treeist.
Yes.
He's treeist. Wow.
Poor tree.
I'll take first watch.
I'll stick up with you. I got some studying to do.
I'll also put up an alarm spell.
It's great. I don't have to do that as much anymore.
Costas is gonna think on his actions. And
He
pay
is
Lord a
to
bit.
observe Costas thinking on his actions.
I'm gonna try to push through the whole entire thing, even yeah, I'm gonna try to push through the whole 6 hours to get through to get this spell. This one I feel like is very useful.
Okay, so you're gonna be pushing on. Okay, and then where are you throwing the alarm down? Just like around you in an area, or are you
Yeah,
aiming
just
at the
like
door?
I think we'll probably go to like one of the corners here. And then just 20-foot square centered on us.
Okay, just gonna center it around you all in 20-foot square. Okay. So, as you are resting here, a period of 6 hours has somewhat elapsed, right? So you're continuing to push on. Othala, everyone else at this point is unconscious or in a trance-like state. You are becoming fatigued, getting tired, and having difficulty keeping your eyes open. But you are accomplishing the task. And all of a sudden, the doors of the front open. And then they close.
The invisibility. And I'll kind of kick Felix.
What's up?
Door. It opened.
Is anything there?
I'm actively looking. Is there anything?
Tell me.
See invisibility on? Nope. Um, I don't really see much, but the door opened and then closed. I don't know if something slipped inside.
Now look around the room, see if you see anything. Start shaking everybody awake.
Behind us. He's up. And I'll point directly. Well, not point directly. I'll point like with my hand to my chest. Point that way, so only Felix sees.
So, as you begin to tell Felix, you see as the creature flutters from the center of the space, fluttering back to one of the pillars sideways as it's holding itself anchored into the actual marble pillar. The bat-like creature is partially shadow, this time more light. It is not exactly a amorphous figure. This thing is rotating and moving, but it definitely resembles that of a bat. It is looking in the general direction as if it's sensing the very air around the presence, not making any click sounds, to be as silent as possible. As it does, begins to billow. The air around becomes frigid and cold. I need everyone to roll initiatives.
Oh.
8.
Okay, with all of us on. With all you woke up Felix. You didn't wake anybody else up.
Nope.
You? Okay.
I just
I said that I started
Yeah.
shaking people awake, but
Okay. So shaking people awake. The only
I
person
guess
who's
Thea and Joe is who I could reach.
Istriel, I'll give Istriel and Thea being trance. You both are aware that something is up. Cassus, you're a human, and you're also sleeping away from the party. You are still unconscious. The rest of you are awake, aware of where Othala is attempting to point. Beginning combat, Othala, you're first.
So from here, seeing that most people are getting up, I'll point. He's directly by the column, and I'll ping him. Boom.
Okay.
With that, Felix told me he has something planned, so I'll run to it. A little close, point at the air, cast Mind Sliver.
Creature succeeds the DC 17 intelligence check. Takes no damage.
Okay, kind of smart. And I'm going to hide behind this wall. Heavy's not here. I'm gonna vamp Heavy out. And that would be EOT.
Okay. Yep.
I am going to attempt to shoot at the direction I saw Othala shoot his spell.
Okay. Go ahead and target and hold down control for disadvantage.
Target. Okay, it's target. Sorry, I can't see it. It's like so small. And then
It's also,
control
yeah.
disadvantage.
12 does not land. Fire in the general direction. Sees the arrow flutters.
All right. I am going to tuck myself behind this pillar to
Okay.
give myself partial cover, and then that'll be my turn.
Okay. Ending turn. Felix, you're up next.
All right. Just gonna move over to Costas and kick him. You know,
Okay.
like kind of like object interaction, kind of like put my toe in his mouth a little bit.
Gotcha. Costas, you look with a goblin toe in your mouth.
Mr. Costas, we need you.
That's
And
definitely
then
a
I
first.
will swing over and cast a fairy fire in that direction, hoping to catch him.
Yep.
Think about here's where he had pinged. I'm not sure.
As you throw down the fairy fire, you see begin to sparkle and crack for a brief moment, becomes lit, but then it kind of funnels itself, crawling out of the way of the cast. It's not lit permanently.
I'm sorry. Can you clarify? Are you saying that he saved against it?
Saved against it successfully. Your aim was, you threw out the spell, aim was too high, just a little bit. It seemed to pull itself downwards and to the right, crawling itself very dexterous, and was able to dodge successfully out of the way of the spell.
Sounds good. I'll just move down another 15 feet and then give a to Joe. Say, Mr. Joe, I need you to hit him.
In 4, good buddy.
Then I'll end my turn.
All right, I'm going to go around here. Oh, that one.
Your mic went out.
Yeah, has been hit with a silence spell.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, it's a video broadcast. Ever since I updated it, it's like crashing randomly. So I just literally have to like switch it back and forth from the input output. It's something super stupid. So it's just like losing its default settings for some reason. Okay, it's the creature's turn, not your turn, Dirty Joe. Sorry. The creature is going to continue with what it was doing prior to, which is a cone of cold as it emanates outwards from its particular mouth region. It explodes in the direction.
Would
Yeah.
that be something I can counterspell?
Would that be something you can counterspell? You can't see it, so you don't know what you're counterspelling. Creature is
Okay.
invisible to you. That's why I've referenced Othala, but Othala is around the corner to full cover. Cannot see the creature at this point. As the eminence of the Cone of Cold explodes outwards, we have Constitution saving throws being sent. Estrella, I have you at a 22.
Yep.
It's going to be a success. Thea at a fail with a 6. Dirty Joe, I have you at a 7. Costas, I have you at a 9. You 3 have failed.
Dirty
What,
Joe
a
has a
nine?
27.
You have 27?
Joe has a 27 and Costas
Yep.
has a 17.
Thea, your 6 is real.
Yeah, 6 is what I have on my screen.
Dirty Joe's a 27 and Costas is a 17. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So the 17 and the 27 will both be successes. Thea, you are the only one to have failed your saving throw. Dirty Joe, you take 22 points of cold damage. Casas, you take 22 points of cold damage. Mistral, you take 22 points of cold damage. You take 22 points of cold damage as well. You're in half cover from the effect, splintering through. So it's only kind of hitting you on the shoulder as you're able to kind of hide most of your body from the impact.
Yeah, just clarifying, would uncanny dodge or evasion do anything for me in this situation?
No, it's a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
So you're
All
really
right.
just grunting. So it's a good thing to take cover because that helps. You're reactioning with absorb elements. You're able to recover 6 points of hit points. So you can go ahead and put that back onto yourself, and then you are charged for an attack. Now, there is movement happening here. You can see it coming around the size. It's kind of crawling and pulling itself. It's now turning down in the direction of you. As it does so, it lets out a series of clicking sounds as now it becomes more audible. You all are able to understand that the creature has moved, now is echoing from the western side of the pillar. Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Let's see. I am gonna move over here. And I'm gonna see if I can get a conjure barrage off in its general direction there. Whoa. How do I turn this thing?
You can use your scroll wheel.
Ah. So that should just miss Lathala. To put it there.
Okay. So it emanates from you. You are the one conjuring it from yourself. However, I will state that you can actually aim it so you don't hit Othala, because you're aiming it up, right? So you can actually aim the cone upwards and fire it off in that general direction. Hearing the series of clicks and then the movement, you're kind of just going for a shot based on what I've described to you. The creature is actually going to fail its dexterity saving throw against a DC of 14. You see the barrage of arrows begins to fly into it and seems to disappear as those arrows are flying in. Now, the thing here is that you throw a non-magical, you fire a piece of non-magical ammunition into the air, and then it creates the identical weapons and then extends outwards. The issue here is pertaining to a non-magical piece of ammunition. Creature, as it's hit by the volley of arrows, they do kind of puncture in, but the creature appears to Athala as have taken no damage.
Did I hit it?
Didn't work.
Yeah. Trying to think of anything else I can do. I mean, rather than just firing a random arrow off in the general direction.
So you use your action to cast the spell. So
Yeah.
there's nothing else you can do for your action. You have movement or bonus available.
I mean, can't I just do my second attack, though?
No, you have to actually take the attack action to do your second attack.
Oh.
So you
Okay.
decided to cast a spell instead.
Hmm. So I already moved about 15 feet. Well, I guess I'm dispersed well enough right there. I'll just end it. See if you guys can mark him somehow.
Okay. And then your turn, Estrella, you're up next.
I've noticed the general area where those arrows disappeared into.
You know that they were fired initially in the eastern side, and now barrage has been sent on the western side of the pillar.
Okay. Going to run up here. We will start a blade song and we'll hold a fireball with the trigger being the next location that Othala points to.
Okay, sounds good. All right, Casas, you're up.
Am I prone?
You are prone. You're sleeping.
Okay, so I'm going to take half my movement to stand up,
Okay.
which would give me 15. I can't do a whole lot
Well,
with
not
that.
quite, because your 10 is difficult terrain. So, I'm just
Okay.
kidding.
I was like, yeah. So I'm actually just going to stay here then, and I'm
Yeah.
going to cast. Where is it? Here you go, Aura of Vitality.
Burn off an aura of vitality. Wow.
There's no need for the thing. Then I'm gonna use my bonus action to heal Dirty Joe for 2d6.
All right. Go ahead and roll 2d6.
6 health.
All right, Dirty Joe, putting 6 back to you.
Oh, thank you.
Then enter.
I'm going to put the concentrate effect on you. Now come to the top of round 2. Othala, you're up next.
Okay. Why didn't I think of this? Okay. Let's see. Let's have fun with that. I'm going to cast Earthbind. Cast Earthbind on that, and I'll point when I point out. I'm like, it's up there, right there on the west. And I'm going to do that and step back.
All right, so you throw off. You see yellow strips actually pouring from the yellow crystal of the actual the pillar, right? So they're kind of extending outwards, roping onto the creature. The creature has failed its strength saving throw, and this flying speed is reduced to 0 feet for the spell's duration, which is going to last 1 minute, which is a long time. You're going to be concentrating this effect to put that on you. There.
Yes, I'll point. It's on the floor. It's on the floor there. I got it held down. It's not flying no more.
All right.
And Heavy's gonna go to Joe. Give him help action.
Throw out the firebolt.
Well, so you understand 60 feet per round. That's like it instantly dropped to the ground. So
It's falling.
yeah, it's falling, but the fireball will still reach. It's got a big radius, so. So the point of direction was here.
Correct.
It's going to trigger your hold action, using your reaction here to launch the fireball. Creature is going to fail with a 9. Takes 21 points of fire damage. As it erupts, the light kind of crests through and kind of wraps around the shadow as it kind of explodes outwards from the seed. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah. I give. Heavy's gonna land on Joe's shoulder. Give him the help action, and that's it.
Okay. Joe is being helped by Heavy. Thea, you're up next.
I muted myself. Oops. The creature is still invisible, but is it perchance on fire?
No.
Oh, I know that he pointed over this way, so I'm gonna 60 feet brings me here. Okay. So I'm gonna use my movement and my bonus action to run 60 feet. I want to retain cover behind this, so I'm not gonna actually take any kind of attack on this turn. And I'll end my turn there.
You're Michael.
Your mic is dead.
Wow. Yeah, okay. That's gonna be annoying. Just keep saying Mike. It's super easy to get back on. Are you taking the dodge action?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not gonna take an attack this turn. So
Okay.
dodge.
That's good. Felix, you're up next.
All right, I'll move and try to throw out another fairy fire. In the general area. 20-foot cube, so it should cover up as well.
Okay. Creature fails with a 14. Creature is lit. Ending the effects of invisibility.
And then I'm going to bonus action say, yeah, take that, ugly. And we'll do an unsettling words. And so they'll have a negative d8 for the next saving throw they have to make before the start of my next turn.
Okay.
I think for the end of my next turn, but let me see. Start of my next turn. Huh, they subtract 1 from their next
Yes,
save throw they
one.
make.
Hey, you never know. That could become a big thing.
All right, that's it. End of turn.
All right, we now come to the creature who is gradually, if not softly, falling down. I put them at 20 feet, and they'll be continuing to descend down until the end of the round. So it's a total of 60 to divide it up to reach that point. The creature is going to do something that is pretty remarkable. As it's kind of softly falling down, it's there. It begins to hold out its hand. As it does, the hand begins to outstretch this energy of necrosis, striking in a pillar. As it is, it seems to strike into one particular person.
Whatever they're doing, I'm gonna try to counterspell it.
I need you to make an ability check.
I'm gonna add a 4th level 1. Just intelligence.
Yep. (24). So as you begin to strum the vibes, holding out your hand, it is a very powerful spell as you're able to send it outwards. You are successful to counter as the energy swashes over the pulsation, pushing everyone back for a brief moment. And then Chris, its kind of claw backwards from its wing, leathery and tattered, and then begins to crawl slightly 5 feet back. It's still bound, doesn't have a flight speed, still has a move speed. It's able to climb using the pillar at its disposal here. And it takes 5 feet back and then climbs up just a little bit, trying to grab itself, but it's still bound, so it's kind of being pulled down. All right, here, Joe, you're up next.
That would've been
Slayer's
nice.
Prey and pew pew pew. That'll do.
Okay, so you are marking with Slayer's Prey and then throwing off your longbow here. 31 is going to be successful. 9 points piercing plus the 1 is a total of 10. Creature does take the damage. Seems like your longbow here has an effect after firing it off, particularly when it's lit.
All right. Second attack.
Okay, firing off the second attack. 24. Yeah. It's going to be annoying. I keep having to change this thing. All right, 24 is going to be successful, and that is 9 points of piercing damage, no Slayer's Prey on the secondary attack.
I'm taking your head for sure.
All right, Istriel, you're up next.
Bonus action, conjure Shadow Blade. We'll do 3rd level. And it's still 20 feet up.
That's correct.
We'll just circle around this side and throw out a firebolt.
Okay. All right, 18 is going to hit it. So strikes with fire and leathery wings. 6 points of fire damage dealt.
That's it.
All right, it is now fluttered down to 10 feet after trying to continue its climb on the pillar.
Okay, I'm going to pull out my shield and equip it. Use a dash action to move over here. And is it okay for me to use my bonus action to heal Thea, even though they're on the opposite side of the pillar?
Heal with what? Your aura?
Aura, yeah.
Yeah, you can. Your aura extends from you. It wraps around the pillar.
Okay, yeah. Just want to check. So yeah, that's gonna use my bonus action to heal Thea for 2d6.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
7 health.
7-2.
And then end turn.
All right, ending turn. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, sorry. That's
All right, so we're gonna come to the start of round 3. Othala, you are up.
Okay. Let's just finish this off. I'm going to run over here and cast Mind Whip. I'm gonna do it at 3rd level.
Okay. Run out the Mind Whip. The creature is going to succeed with an 18 against your spell here.
I want to be petty, so I'm going to Chronal Shift it.
Using your reaction to do so.
Yep.
Okay. Alright, it is going to fail after the Chronal Shift.
Nice.
It's going to take 13 total points of psychic damage. Failed save. It also had the one, I want to say, that it still succeeded with that minus one. Sorry, Felix. You try. It can't take a reaction until the end of its next turn. Or in its next turn, it must choose whether it gets a move, an action, or bonus action. It gets only one of the 3.
Correct. And then everyone has advantage, so Heavy's just gonna hang out, and I'll be end turn.
Okay. New turn. Thea, you're up next.
Okay. I have a question. Is it still 10 feet up, or is it on the ground now?
Oh, it's at 0 feet now.
Okay,
It's
awesome.
for a full round from when the bound casts, so I have to go
Yeah.
past Othala's turn and then it's able to float away.
Okay, so I'm gonna run up to him. Hi there. I have advantage, so short sword attack.
Okay.
Alt advantage.
26 will hit.
And
12 points of piercing damage is dealt.
sneaky sneaks.
Yeah, you have advantage. Sneak attack every time you get advantage. 19 total points of sneak attack damage. As you come with the long sword, kind of stabbing up towards the jowls of its head, your blade kind of goes into the amorphous ray, twisting as like shadows like rip out of it, and that ooze falls down black upon the floor.
Second short sword attack.
Okay, going for the second short sword attack using your bonus here.
Mm-hmm.
20 is going to be successful as well. It's not pulling its wing to kind of cover itself. You stab through the leathery wing. 8 points dealt.
And I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna hop back behind my pillar for cover.
All right. Not taking a disengage?
No, I can't because I did my bonus action to attack. So I'm gonna risk it. Let's see if he tries to attack me.
Weren't they mind whipped?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
no
they're-
They might
reaction.
have
They're
can't
mind
take
whipped.
attack of
Right. I was gonna say, I think there's something stopping it from reacting.
Yeah.
It's not able. Yeah, it's not able to bite you.
Magic.
It's magic. Anything else in your turn?
No, that was action, bonus action, and movement. So
Okay.
I'm done.
All right, Felix, you're up next.
Well, don't want to drop concentration, so just gonna move up to where I can see it, and then take a Eldritch Blast attack.
Okay. "23 is going to be successful. It's dealt 5 points of force damage. 21 is going to be successful. Dealt 7, total 12.
And then I'll go ahead and do another. Maybe you're feeling a little afraid now, huh? Take that. And another unsettling words. Reduce his next saving throw by 3. Suck it, and then move back.
Okay, let's take a 3 for their next saving throw. We now come to the creature's turn. The creature is going to look upon itself. As it does, it seems to speed up itself. Now, this is not something that it takes as an action. This is a bonus action. As it does so, it seems to be relevant to haste. So it's moving at twice the quickened speed. It's bound to the earth. Also kind of thrown in its way, this effect. It then is going to turn itself in the direction of Costas, or is disseminating outwards. It looks at you and begins to slowly raise its hand, and then kind of flutters a sparkle in the direction of your face. As it does, it turns into a pestilence, fluttering
Wasn't
all
it
over you.
mind?
Wait, can it do that if it was mind whipped?
Yeah,
It
can't you only
can.
do one thing?
It can. Resembles that of a bonus, but it is technically a free thing for this creature to do
Oh, really?
Is this the spell?
after being landed on the ground. The haste is not a spell. This action is the spell.
Try a counter spell.
Okay. Go ahead. All right, so you are successful in counterspelling. It's a blight, as it kind of sends outwards. The pestilence are able to kind of throw off a barrier around Costas and then shove the barrier back as the pestilence moves. The creature is unable to do anything else relevant. As it said, it's the action that it can do, just one action that it can do, and that's what's chosen to do. It can't move, right? And I'm back. Okay, that's gonna be crazy. So this is part of what this creature's capabilities are. It's innate kind of magic that it's kind of pulling.
Someone really did cast a silent spell on Michael.
It's the video broadcast. It's really struggling after that. I gotta find a way to roll it back to the previous version. So it's unable to do anything else, right? But just you can see it's quickening up its speed. It's something perhaps done when it got onto the floor, or perhaps in a desperation is something that it's kind of pulling life force from itself. So you're just seeing it move quicker, but it hasn't done anything with that, right? Does that make sense? Okay. It's unable to do so. Dirty Joe, you're up next.
actually gonna turn sharpshooter on. See if I can't hit it with some extra damage here. And hit it with a longbow.
Okay. The opportunity 15 as you launch it outwards. You see the creature kind of crouch down now, grabbing that movement. The arrow kind of zigs above its back, is unable to connect with it.
Hmm. Can I burn a lucky and do that again?
Sure. Roll another d20 for me.
Oh!
Wow.
Yet. Alright, well, that didn't work. Alright, I'm just gonna use my second longbow attack then.
All right. Come across.
Hopefully this one
second
hits.
longbow attack. 26 will hit. Slayer's Prey will be added. It's a total of 24 points of damage. And lands
Okay,
hunch down, firing another arrow, goes into the shadowy frame, into the side, penetrates through.
And I'm gonna move right up around to the back of it here. Just trying to get rid of any AoE possibilities. And that'll be that.
Okay, Estrella, you're up next.
Just looking at this creature and this effect of speeding up, does this look like a magical effect, or does this look more like an innate creature deal?
Based on how you observe the creature to fly over, maybe your alarm spell right now triggering that is also in the visibility of light. It still seemed to also be invisible. It has this innate magic about it that it has capabilities. It could potentially function to dispel magic. You're just really unsure if that effect will just simply come back, right?
Yep. All right, we're just gonna take the safe route here and go take a couple whacks.
Okay.
One.
All right, 24 is going to hit. So you come through with the Shadow Blade. 14 points of damage is dealt as you're swinging it through. Seems to strike in, ripping and grabbing some of the shadows, almost like the blade is absorbing it. Creature suffers psychic damage.
Blade with the short sword.
All right, 19 will hit. It's 15 total points of piercing and thunder damage. The weapon is not magical that you're using, the short sword, or is it the one of warding?
Let me roll. I don't want to. So I'll roll it out. A 2 is no, it was a non-magical one.
Okay, so it is going to take 6 points of the thunder damage and nothing from the piercing.
Offhand, another shadow blade.
Okay. 14 is not going to be successful, so now it pulls itself back from your other strike. Blade moves through, unable to grab.
Just continue circling around. Do it.
Costas, you're up next.
Yeah, I'm putting away the shield to two-hand the hammer. Then, with Great Weapon Master, going to make a little attack.
All right, 24 is going to be successful. It didn't roll a d10, so you need to roll a d10 for me.
What was the D10 for?
Two-handing it.
Two-handed.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, it's a D10 now.
Roll a d10 for me, and we'll see.
Yeah.
Less damage.
So
Such a joy. 21 total points of bludgeoning damage.
if that, just in case, I'm throwing on a level 2 smite.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. It is undead, so that should be to it.
The foil. Yeah.
All right, 15 total points of radiant damage as you strike with the hammer against. Creature has no vulnerability to radiant damage, albeit the light of the radiance pulls itself back and smashes into the jowls of the jaw, unhinges a little bit, throws itself down to the ground. It begins to shudder and shake as the shadows are moving left and right.
Great Weapon Master seems a bit excessive for this. I can make another attack with the Warhammer.
Coming for the second strike, 25. 14 total points of bludgeoning damage.
And if that doesn't kill it, I'm gonna take another smite of. Yeah, another second level smite.
34 total points of damage. How do you want to do it?
I would like to kind of swing my hammer upwards and like blow its head off.
Swing the hammer upwards, blowing its head off. You see as it kind of detaches and moves, the shadows shake, and then eventually kind of wraps itself up into a spindle, a cocoon, if you will, and slowly begins to dissipate and dissolve into particle-like effects. That is the end of combat.
Now, for the rest of the duration of my healing thing, I'm just going to distribute it to whoever needs health.
Did the whole body disappear?
That's right. Wrapped itself up into a cocoon and began to slowly pulling apart the fabric of space.
Is the head still there?
What's that?
Is the head still there?
No. Black
Can I try to
ooze is
investigate
still there.
Ooh. Can I try to investigate the situation? What just happened, maybe? And I'm gonna pick up the ooze.
You're gonna touch it?
No, not with my hands. I'm going to. I should have a water skin or something. Backpack.
Should I just roll the d6 for the next how many rounds it was? Because it was
That's
like
up to you.
halfway.
It's up to you if you want to put the healing up. That's fine.
Okay, yeah, because I don't know like if we're gonna have anything that time, so I think that's 10 rounds.
Yeah, I'm not. So a water skin with the ooze.
Okay.
That's distributed among people.
You gotta do it. You gotta tell them who's getting what. There's 44
Okay.
total.
Dirty Joe is going to get 12 to start with.
All right.
Then after that we will do.
Say, I would say, just because I have the ring of regeneration,
Yeah.
heal everybody else up first. If there's anything extra, give it to me. But
There's actually enough health to give you all back to full. Just FYI.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was just messing with you. So. It's too easy. Okay. So as you're pumping out the healing with the aura there, begins to filter in. Othala, you begin to spoon the actual ooze inside of the water skin. As you do so, the actual water skin begins to be 8. You see the actual ooze itself begins to bleed through it. Water skin is now changing to become shadow. Pulls towards your hand.
I dropped the water skin.
I
I don't want it to touch me.
You see the fluttering of wings as the creature begins to emerge from the ceiling. As it does, it points the scythe in the direction of the ooze. As it does, the ooze begins to be absorbed by the flooring of the black marble and disappears.
Care to explain what that was?
What was what?
What you let inside here.
Nightwing. A creature from the Shadowfell. Loyal to Orsis.
Brandy yours?
No, not particularly.
Did he have a key to the place?
No.
You might want to check your locks on the door then.
Oh, I let them in.
Yeah, I know.
Was it a good show at least?
Of course. It showed me that you all are capable of much more than I speculate. It's a good thing.
In
I'm good.
everybody's heads, they're just gonna hear fucking test.
I'm gonna also say in the heads, I was right, he's hostile.
What exactly are you testing us for?
Well, you are proclaimed to be enemies of the Black Dragon and of Orsephus. Orsephus's reach on this plane is now far gone, which is good for all of you and this place. The dragon yet remains. Nightwing was one of the dragon's allies. It's now gone. Another pawn.
Like,
It's gone. It's back. Ah, so annoying.
Channel that rage to the
I think,
character.
I think your voice cut out at the word pawn.
Yes. Another pawn off of the board.
right?
Do
How
you
many
want us
more
to-
pawns are there?
There are two. Soren and Lady Trillia.
What do you know about
Anything
them?
you
What do I know about which one?
Soren.
Soren. All I know is that they were once something, but then another, after the fall of the Siltoric Tower. The body claimed alive.
Okay. And Trillia?
Lady Trillia is a creature that existed in this place long ago. Their coven, well, their coven was not of this world. They come from the Feywild. They live in the bog of Thilka, outside of the Autumn Vale. They're powerful, chanted by the spirits of the dark and of the light of the moon. The power only grew when they set foot on Antares. 2 moons. Many spirits and shadows lingered. Lady Trillia made a bargain with Orsephus, in so doing slayed their sisters, captured their souls for power. They corrupted rangers and others. They are responsible for how many undead creation of hundreds of years were made.
Right. Well, we've got an idea of where to find that one. Where would we find Soren?
Soren would have replaced another, a general creature from the Shadowfell, known as Torgoroth. Torgorath was the protection of Kaliba. Most likely killed. The tool of Orsivis, the axe. It will be at the north side of Crepin Lake, in a fortress. Black Rock. Surrounded by undead.
Um. So Soren took over this Tegorov, right?
They merely
And
took the weapon that Torgoroth wielded.
which was an axe.
That is correct.
In everyone's head, you'll hear the same axe Felix touched, huh?
Definitely.
Okay. Makes more sense.
You should be grateful I'm giving you all this information.
Yeah. Gratitude.
Yes, thank you very much.
There is something that Aloris does not know. And that is to be deceitful. It's how we are born. Traits and qualities. I befriended Soren, as I did the dragon. You all have proved to me that you have the potential of slaying this dragon. Good luck. You may rest easy. Nothing will come to you the rest of this night. Begins to flutter and fly through the ceiling of the spirit.
Okay, maybe not hostile.
So, guys, we're leaving now, right?
I think the worst is gone. I think we can get rest now.
Part of me wants to keep resting.
Are you sure? He just said that he was deceitful. He already let something in to kill us once, and he said that he was a friend of the dragon.
He said he befriended the dragon. I think he's trying to pull a double agent.
What's going
Yeah.
on with that
Hmm.
axe you mentioned?
Tis a
Um,
cursed axe.
yeah. It if I don't know too much about it, but it seemed like Sylvana before had it and wasn't their self, and it seems like the weapon might be doing that. Not too fully sure on that. Don't really know of what's going on with Soren and or the weapon, but there is a chance.
Michael,
Michael.
should I roll an insight for what I asked, or should I just go off my passive?
I mean, that's roll up an insight. So,
Yeah.
I'll probably say you gotta roll it.
Okay.
You would notice that whenever there was that engagement of discussion with Soren, that probably only you because you're the only one paying attention, but Israel definitely tries to put on like a mask to not show any emotion, but there's definitely an uneasiness and kind of like a anxiety about it.
Michael, did they when we were talking to the previous the person at the North Tower, did they ever mention what would happen to them if they connected back to the Shadowfell? I mean, connected back to the Feywild? Like, would the towers kind of be cleaned if they connected back to the Feywild, or would they stay cursed? Did they say anything about that?
The only thing that Loris had said is that the towers and them were to be cursed, changed what they are forever. They are bound to the tower. So it's not necessarily themselves that have been changed and turned, say, directly by, or it is what has been done to the tower. They are
So
they bore the tower. It's from themselves. It's a creation of magic. So that's what that crystalish thing around Kalima was. The same stuff as in here.
So maybe if the towers were kind of cleaned in a way, they'd be. Everyone knows, like them, like Eloris and whatever this one's name is, would go back to how they were previously.
If you're able to somehow remove the corruption that has been done to the tower through the removal of the crystal, potentially, the only thing you know of as a character is that Boris has specifically stated that there was nothing to be done.
They also said their name was irrelevant, so they seemed pretty pessimistic.
They were not deceitful. They just it's not relevant. Truthful.
Okay. I have nothing else.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think we should just get rest if we're not gonna get moving. I've been up all night. Uh,
Yeah, let's continue our rest.
Okay. All of you find your spaces, getting some rest. I'm sure an alarm spell. Throw it on the door. Yeah.
Now, what around us? The door. We each
Yeah.
do one.
Get that door. Let's get that door. Now, Thala, you're extremely fatigued at this point. Right?
Mhm.
Gosh, for you, but you're definitely going to get 8 hours, right? If you so choose. You've been up trying to get that spell, so you can go another hour or so to try to get that if you'd like, and then rest from there. Probably
Mhm.
hinting at the party, hey, let's get a late start, unless you want to have a
Yeah,
heads
yeah.
up. So,
Let everyone know.
yeah, okay. And you all get your rest and you find your spaces. I'm going to advance the time clock here. The relevance of the next day of when you most likely would be gathering to head out. You're all more than welcome to get a long rest at this point. And I'll remove the scene visibility from you. Costs would I have any silver powder with me? I don't
Yeah.
know. Do you is there any spells that you have prepared that take silver powder?
He did not have anything prepared, but he can prepare ceremony. So
Are you looking in terms of, hey, do I have this for a spell? That's the cost.
yes,
This is 25 gold pieces worth of powdered silver, which the spell consumes. I'll probably say you don't have it. Not that you can't find it on your travels. You also could potentially make that if you have any silver pieces or silver items. You might be able to just powder it up and use it as the consumption. But we're not in a town or a village or anywhere that has remotely a spell component. Being able to pick
yeah, I
those
know.
up.
Just
Yeah,
want
this
to
tower doesn't have any
check.
treasure.
Just
Would be
file down a coin.
File down a coin, right? I mean, it's
You know what? Actually, would we have any silver coins? I mean, we kind of at this point we basically only deal in gold.
I guess you need a lot of them. It's 25 gold pieces worth,
Um,
250
two-
silver. You just be filing it. God,
200.
I'm gonna get it, boys.
You know what? Yeah, I'll remove. I'll keep the.
Yeah,
I'll
if
keep
you
that.
if you had the spell like prepared, I would probably be more willing to say you had that. But because you don't even have the spell prepared, it's kind of not on your radar as a character. So
Well, you know, it's because I could make holy water if I did. So it's like, ooh, make that. Do I have any silver powder?
Great.
Do you have a bunch of holy water?
I mean, we have
wasted
like 1 vial on my personal. I'm like, but it only takes an hour to make a vial. So like, if like we're waiting a few hours for a thaw or something, I could make us a batch. I'll keep it prepared since we might head to Thixia. We might find some soda powder or something at Thixia.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right, so that concludes our session for today. I'm going to calculate experience points for you all. I definitely wanted to end the note of you see classes filing down silver coins. Something about that. How massively faced you were tonight. Just like adds the perfect conclusion to your character. Just going crazy.
It's like,
with all the silver coins.
Yeah.
Just
all
like
done lost his mind.
I feel like he wouldn't be doing it with a file. He just had pulled out his hammer and he'd be smashing them.
Smite non-lethally.
I non-lethally smite the silver coins. I mean, Radiant isn't necessarily burning. It could be a warm hug of pain. It could be...
A warm hug of pain.
I don't like how that sounded. A warm hug of
Warm hug
pain.
of pain.
Of
I would like
Oh man.
I would like the energy of Paylor to slowly embrace the opponent and choke them to death.
Dude, we need to start writing down this list of Lucasisms.
Just
There's some
write it.
gold in here.
Yeah, new channel. A new text channel.
There's a channel just for weird shit Lucas has said. So, what if we just had the dragon do our job for us?
The
That was
slaughtering of all these lizard folk.
I mean, he felt
Complete
bad
gen-
about it. He was just like, you know what, 2 birds with 1 stone.
complete genocide after a paladin speech.
Yep.
Honestly, I was actually on the verge of rolling some dice to see like if you would break your oath after you said that. Because like, I mean, I was like, yeah, he's not really acting it out. He's just kind of theory crafting. So give me the benefit of the doubt. Yeah.
Yeah, the redemption paladin.
Quickly becoming an oath breaker.
All right, so you have 1,762 experience each, so that puts you at 61,990 experience.
So close.
All right, any questions before I close out the stream?
No?
No? Okay, well, that's it. Thank you so much for joining us for the Wayward Ones. There's session 33. Please join us next week when we get back at it. And I don't know, maybe a dragon fight? Who knows? We'll see. I don't know. Anyways,
Please
check it
don't
out.
kill my character.
4 o'clock. And watch Dirty Joe die.
No.
Just kidding. All right. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Bye.